off by calling the regular meeting of council to order. And Mr. Ferrero, if you would like to introduce the late items, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a few. Item 8.8, Colliery Dam update. We add in the following delegations from Mr. Bullock, Mrs. Collins, Mr. Solomon, Ms. Lychak, Mr. Robert Fuller, and Ms. Robert, Mr. Lychak, Mr. Leon Cake, Mr. Gore Fuller. Then under item 8B, we are updating the Landsville Water Agreement. We're replacing the agenda pages 48, 49, and 54, 55. And because I have a few questions already about what is being replaced, I asked the Director of Finance, Brian Clemens, to explain what those changes are.
Okay. And there's a delegation there too.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Ferrero. So these are very simple replacements. After we put this on the agenda, it was pointed out to us that there was some referencing errors in the document. On page 49, clause 16.3 used to refer to section 15.2. We changed it and corrected it to have it go to 16.2. And clause 16.4 referred to sections 15.1, 15.2, and 15.3. They've been corrected to refer to 16.1, 16.2, and 16.3. None of this has anything to do with the substance of the agreement. It's just references within the document that had not been kept up. When
Landsville Water.
Yeah, this is all to do with Landsville Water. Yeah. And one final change on a schedule. It had a wrong number on it. So again, nothing to do with the substance of the agreement, just making sure that all the numbers within the document were correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. And continue with the late items. We add into the same item the delegation from Mr. Jim Taylor. Also, we're moving the delegation from Mr. John Steele under item 8D to item AC. Item 8F, downtown parking plan. We add in the delegation from Mr. Fred Taylor. Item 8K, rezoning application RA 337. We add in delegation from Mr. Fred Taylor. Item 8M, we add in delegation from Mr. Fred Taylor as well. Item 8O, building deficiencies. We're deleting number 7 from 1784 Extension Road. Item 9B, in property maintenance. We're deleting 2 properties. One is in front of you, 241 Irwin Street, and the other one is 309 5th Street. And I believe there's a report under the mayor's report, and as well, Councillor Apache would like to make a motion.
Your Worship, I have a request for a late delegation related to a matter that's not on the agenda from a Mr. Joe Lychak, Lychak, and it has to do, I understand, with the Israel-Gaza situation.
Okay. And you so move? Is there a seconder for that? Seeing none, the item won't be heard. Okay. We'll start off with a motion for the adoption of the agenda as amended.
So moved, Your Worship.
Sorry, did you have something else?
We'll wait for a second.
I moved to adoption.
Okay.
So, Your Worship, no, Your Worship, if I may speak now?
Sure.
So, Your Worship, I would ask that we remove item 8B, Landsville Water Agreement, until such time as all council members are present. And if I have a seconder, I'd like to speak to it.
Seconded, okay.
Thank you. Your Worship, in May of 2013, consideration of this matter was deferred to June to allow for attendance of all council members. In February of 2014, the item was considered with all council members present. And now we're missing a full third of our membership this evening, and there are significant financial impacts on Nanaimo as well as regional implications with this agreement. And I believe that the item should be considered by a vote of full complement of council present, consistent with past versions, 2 of which I've just noted. There's been some very significant changes as it relates to the timing of financial benefits to Nanaimo inside this Landsville Water Agreement, and I think it's important that all of council is here to discuss and debate and vote on it.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that this item be deferred. Any discussion on this?
Your Worship,
Just as on a matter of procedure, you might want to abstain yourself from the vote on this issue.
I will absent myself for it because I've already declared a conflict. So on the,
Should have to do it now. We're going to vote on it.
oh, you want me to disappear that quickly? That was it. Can you want to manage things from there? Oh, I should point out that actually Councillor McKay is now the acting mayor because the way it was working out, Councillor Anderson was the acting mayor. He's unavailable. Councillor Brennan was the following up as the acting mayor, and she's unavailable. Councillor McKay, it's up to you now. So it'll be for the vote to defer. Did you have an actual date for deferral to the next available meeting? A time to defer to?
The first or second meeting of council in September.
Councillor West, could you repeat that?
The first or second meeting, I think it's the 8th or the 20-something, second. I'm not sure what the dates are. September 8th.
It's been moved and seconded.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Motion defeated.
Okay.
Your Worship, just as you're getting back to your seat, just so you know, the motion was defeated, so it is still on the agenda. When it comes up, you can remove it again. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll ask for a motion for the adoption of the minutes. Yep.
Your Worship, you need the motion for, sorry, the vote for the agenda as amended?
Sorry, I thought we maybe missed that. So it had been moved and seconded, I believe.
Yes.
And all those in favor? Opposed? Motion
Thank you.
carries. And then into the adoption of the minutes. Someone like to move? Moved and seconded. Discussion, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carried. That's A and B together. Move into presentations, and there's none, and mayor's report. And under the mayor's report, I have that council considered a motion regarding an investigation into the LeaderCast event cancellation in camera, and the motion was defeated, and staff was directed to release the entire 158-page report on the chronology of events LeaderCast event cancellation, following a review by the city's Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Coordinator for compliance under the Act, and in accordance with the Council's policy for in-camera release. The public is encouraged to read the documents online and make their own judgment. So, we will now move into...
Worship, could I just ask a question?
Yes, sure.
So you indicated that that entire report is available online?
That's correct. It will, not immediately, but it will be.
And when will that report?
I think we were told, Ms. Ferrero, I think it'll be in a matter of days, maybe by the end of this week, was it?
Your Worship,
Sorry.
that would be something that Ms. Hartley could answer, but I suspect that she'll review it with the FOI officer and then release it as soon as she is as possible.
But at the earliest date.
We have already had some pre-review of it, just in case council voted that way, and we expect it will be released before the end of the week.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I might just ask a follow-up question, Your Worship. So the pre-review of this document that was voted on, was this document voted on this evening?
Yeah, yes, Your Worship.
So the results of that vote will be also made available? So the entirety of this LeaderCast motion will be made available to the public?
The motion was that the report and its attachments would be released after following a FOI review.
Following an FOI review.
Yes, Your Worship.
So that said, then does this satisfy any concerns and or issues as it relates to human resources?
Your Worship, the FOI review will satisfy any issues with respect to human resources.
Therefore, the entirety of this is now able to be discussed publicly?
Council only approved the release of the report. They did not approve discussion of it, other than discussion of what else happened in camera. So it's just the report, not what else happened in camera.
But the report will be released in its entirety except any sections that under FOI can't be released.
Yes.
So therefore, everything inside the LeaderCast 163-page report is open for public discussion, as I understood you to say.
Yes, Your Worship, following severing under FOI and in accordance with the in-camera policy, release policy.
Then will, and please indulge me, Your Worship, so I was not participatory in the in-camera session. Therefore, the information that is not being released, when will Mayor and Council know what portions of that 163-page report, which you're making reference to, the chronology of events, when will we know of what was severed?
We can provide you with some advance look of it before it goes live. It's what we've done, I believe, in the past with respect to in-camera materials.
Thank you.
But Your Worship, just maybe to clarify and to help out, Council received the package in camera. I'm hearing that it'll be severed now for FOI. So you have, I presume, the whole package now.
To all intent purposes. But it's still, I think the question that Councillor Beswick is asking, though, is that now are we able to release any parts of it, of the document that now was considered in camera, now that we've held this meeting?
Your Worship, that would take place after
The
review.
investigation
Yes,
and the subsequent.
after the
So
review
it still
is
is
complete.
considered in camera until that takes place.
Yes. There are mandatory parts of that document that are not able to be released because they involve third-party information, for example.
Your Worship, so just for my final piece of clarification, on July 21st, Council directed staff to proceed with the chronology of events as it relates to the LeaderCast motion of May 5th. And subsequent to the July 21st motion to do that, a report was created, which, yes, to our city manager, I have been in possession of since it was provided to all of council for this meeting. And council has chosen to release that chronology and not deal with the notice of motion that was read by Councillor McKay and submitted by me in July 11th.
In accordance with the Mayor's report, the motion regarding LeaderCast investigation about the cancellation was defeated, and instead this report is being provided to the public.
Councillor McKay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So can I ask, I was also not in attendance at the in-camera meeting of this evening. Was a vote taken to rise and report on the minutes of that meeting, including the vote?
Go ahead.
Your Worship, the rise and report did not include the vote.
Simply the outcome.
Supplemental. So how do I perhaps make a motion that as the only topic of discussion that was subject of tonight's in camera is being released, And in normal fashion, it'll be a number of months before the balance of the minutes of the meeting would be released on a regular basis, as we've decided. I think it's every 4 months or some such thing like that. Am I correct? Yes. Okay. So it'll be 4 months before we know what the result of the vote was in the meeting. Could I respectfully request that a motion, or could I propose a motion that the entire minutes of that meeting be released now rather than wait until the next scheduled time for release?
What's the, yeah, go ahead.
Your Worship, to Councillor McKay, that should be a motion that should be done in camera. So the next in-camera meeting, you could choose to make a motion to release more information, and if you have support from council, then it will be released.
You know, the easy thing, Councillor McKay, is if you'd attended the meeting, you were here in the room, if you'd attended the meeting, you would have been a party to all of the voting and all of the discussion, you'd know everything. So, but for whatever reason, you were unable to, and as a result, we have to go through all this extra steps, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Councillor Messer, did you have something else?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So, to Ms. Hartley, so are you indicating that the notice of motion that I made to be dealt with of the leader cast for August 11th to perform an investigation with options will not be heard?
That motion was considered and was defeated. There was two options that were considered at the in-camera, and that option was declined, and instead the council made the decision to go with the motion that I read out earlier.
So, Your Worship, it was a notice of motion for August the 11th. It was not a notice of motion for July 21st to be voted on, introduced, discussed, or debated. It was a notice of motion with 20 some odd days notice to be dealt with on August the 11th. We, by community charter, we must submit a notice of motion on the Wednesday preceding the next Monday meeting. So in fact, I provided ample opportunity for this item. And if I recall, there was considerable debate when I was online about what the terms of reference were for submitting a notice of motion. There's no condition that it must go through staff first. The only condition is that it be placed in the hands of Legislative Services, as I was instructed, on Wednesday at 1 p.m. That is the information that I received. And I see our staff's facial expression suggesting that that's incorrect. If that is incorrect, then I would like to be corrected.
Your Worship, I'm suggesting that's not what happened.
Well, I can't tell from your facial expression if you are disagreeing with my recollection or what I received or what happened. So if you could please provide an explanation for me, I would appreciate that.
Well, the motion, McKay could actually speak to it better. He's the one who made the motion, and that was not provided to staff at all. That was just read at the meeting.
The notice of motion?
That's correct.
The notice of motion was presented as per the charter. It was read out, copies issued to staff and colleagues in advance. Is there something untoward that I'm missing?
No, you're misunderstanding me. It was read at the meeting. You suggested it was provided beforehand.
No, I'm suggesting it was provided at that meeting
That's correct.
and that it would
was
be
read
dealt
out
with
at the
on
meeting.
August the 11th.
It was read out at the meeting. It wasn't provided on the Wednesday as you suggested.
I realize that. Wednesday is the latest date that it can be provided. The day is Wednesday for the following Monday meeting, 5 days.
And Your Worship, it was not provided on the Wednesday.
It was provided on July 7th or whatever the date was.
No, Your Worship, it was not. It was read out at the meeting. It was not provided on the Wednesday.
So you did not so the intent of that motion to be dealt with on August the 11th was not made clear?
Then there's still confusion, Councillor Best, because it's the actual motion itself has to be presented on the Wednesday. That's the procedure that you have in place. That's Council's procedure.
Yep.
Councillor Greaves, did you have something?
Oh, thank you.
Okay. We're going to move now into corporate services, 8A, Colliery Dam update, and to be introduced by Mr. Toby Seward, General Manager of Community Planning and Protective Services. The purpose is to further to the report to Council received July 14, 2014. This report provides Council with additional information regarding the process to select remediation options for the Colliery Dam. We do have, following Mr. Seward's presentation, 8 delegations to hear from. So, Mr. Seward, sorry, there you are.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to provide a brief overview of the report and in 2 major issues, a review of the options and the RFP process, which I'll explain those in a moment. The recommendations before you is to, number 1, schedule a public information meeting the week of September 15th. The intent of this meeting would be to allow Golder and Associates to explain the engineering analysis that they've undertaken and provide the public with an opportunity to ask questions and discuss the remediation options. Staff feel this is an important step because it is one more piece of very important information to allow the public to have an understanding of how Golder came to the conclusions they did. The second recommendation is following that public meeting is for staff to bring back a further report to look at the steps and decision process on options and funding sources. Those are the 2 recommendations in front of you tonight.
Okay, and the information meeting is scheduled for somewhere between September 15th and September 19th.
That's correct. That's the intention.
Thank you.
So from there, in the report provides the background of the previous meeting of the recommendations, and the report goes on to outline the 8-month process that the technical committee went through on Council's direction. We had 12 meetings, some full-day meetings, and spent a tremendous amount of time exploring the options that were brought up both by Golder Associates and the committee members. At the end of that process, decisions were made, and there was not a unanimous decision on which option to follow. At this time, the various steps of the process have taken place with one absent part that's not completed, and that's Council's direction in this regard. And we're not asking for that tonight. We're asking you to proceed with the 2 recommendations and come back in September for Council to consider what options they wish to pursue. The 2 major issues is the options, and I'm just going to, in the last meeting I provided a quick overview of it, but the first option is increase the spillway size and construct Labyrinth Dam. And there's been a lot of concern in the community about this option, and one of the big concerns is it's very invasive to the park. There certainly is ways to carry out this construction in which it wouldn't be invasive and that you could actually provide a mesh and shotcrete as you excavate it down, just like they do, say, in downtown Vancouver when they're building right beside other buildings. It is a method. It will be more expensive, but certainly that's one of the things that could be considered. So the spillway option is the most common used method in dam construction, both for new construction and for remediation. The second option is the overtopping option, and again, I want to make sure there's an understanding of this. Golder's proposed one overtopping option. There is other overtopping options that could be proposed, and I believe one of the delegations tonight is going to propose another overtopping option, and we've had a lot of discussion both at the committee level and thereafter about this option, and certainly look forward to his presentation. The challenge with overtopping options is it's not a standard process in North America. It's been used in about 50 cases throughout North America. That's on record out of 100,000 dams. So it's not well used, and therefore it's not well proven, but it certainly is worthwhile to look at what other options are out there. The committee did that, but they also came to the conclusion that the option that Golder proposed is the most viable for a large number of reasons. The challenge with the overtopping option is that before it's approved and ready to go ahead we have to obtain a number of permits for environmental, archaeological, and through the dam safety branch. Dam safety is not going to approve any options until they've actually had a good chance to review it, and therefore if an alternate overtopping option is proposed, or any overtopping option, then dam safety has said they wish to have a review of it with the people involved to determine if it's viable and if it's an option we can proceed forward with. So that's the options I just want to outline. The second thing is we put in this report is if council wish to go ahead and pursue a request for proposals for options that contractors, design build companies could come forward with, we would recommend going for a request for proposals for both the overtopping option and the labyrinth option. What we would do there is we would have our engineer, Golder, come up with design specifications for the two different options and then put it out to tender for design build, and any companies could come forward with to propose to build for either of the options. The request for proposal process is quite detailed, as you see in page 5 of your report, in which it start off with requests for qualifications, because the city tendering policy is that we would require experienced contractors to carry out this work. Then we would develop specifications, review with dam safety, undertake a peer review if it is an overtopping option, that's a third-party review. Then we'd go for the request for proposals, followed by the tender process, and confirm with dam safety it's going to be an acceptable solution. We estimate that process to take 3 to 4 months and be approximately $200,000 to $400,000. It would allow everybody to compare apples to apples on the two options, and we would determine what the costs are, and then at that point, council could make a decision. The process may also not to lead to any solution in that possibly contractors might not come forward after they've reviewed the specifications, or the solution that come forward may not be approved by dam safety. But certainly if council chooses to go down this route, we're confident we can bring forward, or the development community can bring forward options that may be usable in this regard. If we went this option, it would take us to approximately Christmas, and therefore the decision would not be made by this council, it would be made by a council in the future. In absence of pursuing that option, the recommendation of staff would be pursue with the labyrinth option as outlined, as that's the option 2 out of the 3 parties from the technical committee chose. So lastly, and just in summary, is after the 8 months of going through the process with the committee, we have put forward a tremendous amount of information, and we really believe it's very important to get that information out to the community so it will assist in making decisions moving forward. So we're recommending the public information meeting as a first step, and thereafter for staff to come back to council with recommendations to move forward with that process. So I'm certainly here to answer any questions, or I know there's 8 delegations, and certainly look forward to hearing a presentation from one of the proponents of an alternate overtopping option.
Okay, I just want to say, I want to thank you personally, Mrs. Seward, for all the work you put into this. It's been a very challenging thing for everyone involved, and I know you've tried your very, very best to see all sides of the discussion and involve everyone that you could, and I commend you for it. And I know you've gone through a lot of angst yourself in trying to find the best solution for the corporation of the city, and I appreciate that very much. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. Just one question to Mr. Seward, if I may. You know there are going to be 8 delegations, and I have a pretty good idea of what they're going to suggest, which is the alternate overtopping that is probably going to be proposed by Mr. Bullock of GSI. Personally, I would like that to be part of the choice that I need to make at some point. And my question to you is, how do we go about that?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just as outlined in this process, is the staff would recommend, if that's where council wishes to go and explore other options, is to go down the request for proposal route as outlined in the council report and direct staff to get on with that process, which will take 3 to 4 months. We're not recommending that tonight. If council wishes to, they can provide that direction. What we're recommending is go through the public information meeting, which will allow much more information to be out there and also some discussion back and forth. At the council meeting following the public information session, we could bring back that recommendation if that's the direction, and council could vote on that and give us direction to get on with the specifications.
Okay, follow up, Your Worship. So if we do not give that direction tonight, when would the next opportunity be to do so?
Well, the next council meeting is September 8th, and that's before the public information meeting. Again, if that's the direction to bring back a report, certainly would do that for that meeting. Our recommendation is to go to the public meeting mid-September and come back September 29th, which is the next council meeting thereafter with that decision.
Thank you.
And Your Worship, just to clarify too, that's aligned with the process that council had set up when you set the technical committee up and reporting back. September was the date to still make a decision to move forward.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to know if if Toby would be available, Mr. Seward would be available after the delegations.
By all means.
Thank you.
Okay, the first delegation we have is Mr. Peter Bullock. Mr. Bullock?
Go for it, sir. Thanks.
Now, there's 8 delegations, however, and we'll be limited to 5 minutes, please.
Your Worship?
Yes.
I was informed that Ms. Corinne Lychak is not going to be a delegation tonight, so you can remove that from the list.
Okay,
And it still makes it a 5-minute delegation because it's more than 4.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
The Honourable Mayor, Council, and the City of Nanaimo. Thank you for offering this opportunity to show our services in regards to the overtopping mitigation strategy for the Collier Dams. My name is Peter Bullock. I'm a Master's of Engineering level geotechnical engineer, and I am the principal engineer of the Canadian branch of Geostabilization International, based out of Colorado, United States, otherwise known as GSI. And first and foremost, I'd just like to say that the jobs that we're presenting here, I have gone to the Dam Safety Association. I've run through our whole idea. They're very pleased with it. They seem they have bought in. I've gone to the Dam Mitigation, Dam Safety of British Columbia, and they're pleased with the idea as well. So, you know, what we're proposing can be done. GSI is an engineering, design, and construction firm, and we specialize in geohazard mitigation. We were introduced to this project by Councillor Bill McKay at the UBCM last year, and at that time we reviewed it, but it just seemed like it was a little bit too early for our work because we're on the construction side and there was clearly a lot of engineering to be done. So we recommended that it go to a consultant, and that's what happened with Golder, and that went very well. I think they did an excellent job for you. So you're now at the stage where you need to come up with a mitigation strategy, and this is exactly GSI's specialty. So we are very unique, we are very specialized, and we are highly suited to this challenge. And you've probably heard that we have proposed a solution that's half that of other proposed solutions. I have gone through all of the ranks and rigor and suggested that we can mitigate both the lower and the middle for $3 million or less, and I stand behind that today. So geohazards, like, how could it be that we're so efficient and you get these cost discrepancy? That's actually very, very common for us. It is because that is all that we do. We do this 24/7. We have crews across North America, and we're doing this every single day, completing 4 of these every single week. So we're just very efficient, you know, right from the delivery to the design, and we just offer that savings to you as a client. So, yeah, no surprises here on our front. Our founders have over 40 years of state-of-the-art research and engineering through the U.S., and they remain active with us today. And that's, you know, we like to have state-of-the-art solutions. So with that, I'd like to just show a few of the jobs that we've done for various municipalities, Ministry of Transportation, and other utilities like BC Hydro and Fortis, and we're currently working with all those people right now today. If I can figure out how this thing could work. There you are. So we do have a 50-year history with our founders. 2001 we got started. We do have 28 of our normal rigs, about 80 other rigs, 26 crews going full-time, 1,500 jobs under our belt. We're not new to this, is all I'm really trying to tell you. And sorry, I'm still trying to figure out where this thing points. Some of the jobs we do, we're very accustomed to steep access work. We hang off ropes. We have all the limited access gear. We work through all types of weather. For us to do this through the winter, that's fine. We proved last year that we can work down to minus 26. And we do big projects, small projects. We take care of trim blasting, all the rock hazard mitigation. I appreciate this isn't exactly in terms of Collier Dams, but it's just to give you the scope and expertise that GSI can provide you. We work on steep slopes, so this scenario here is actually quite similar to what I would expect at Collier Dams. So for us to be on a slope as steep as Collier Dams, that's it right there, and we're taking care of it. We fill big vests. That's one of our foremen there and our Western Division lead. And they traded vests. That was definitely a photo opportunity. Another similar job, very similar to the Collier Dams, where you're on a steep slope, you're going to have lots of crane, rope type access. We do this every day. Interesting. And again, a lot of water work. We're in and amongst rivers all the time. We have wave erosion, wind erosion, all that stuff is again, perhaps like every job is very unique, but the same engineering principles are going to kind of repeat over and over. This particular job, again, is similar to that of the collieries, where you've put down an erosion blanket and then you've put down some sort of stiff top. This happens to be mesh. We're going to propose something much more robust. But at the end of the day, it's a similar sort of looking solution. And again, having our rigs work on steep slopes like that is very common, and again, something that we are very accustomed to. We have proposed to team up with IECS, and they have done a number of these jobs, including the Canmore spillway. You've all seen the Cougar Creek erosion and stuff. So these gentlemen out of Ontario have supplied the city of Canmore with their solution, and here it is as a final product. This product is used on dams all the time. There are a number of guidelines and different things that that we all are having to follow, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the owner and the dam safety branch. And yourselves are the owner. The dam safety branch has given the graces towards this solution. So I would like to thank you again for the time, and I will remain here through the meeting for any questions.
Yeah, I think we have one or two questions now. Councillor Patchy. Incidentally, thank you for your presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Bullock, very much. Now, you give a lot of examples, but have you actually done dams that look like
We have done numerous erosion and slope stability. We'd like hundreds of those. Now, in the dam scenario, this is where we stepped back last year, because clearly the engineering for the dam and the dam safety rigor of the dam safety, the CDA, Canadian Dam Safety Association, is such that it is very involved and it is very specialized from a consultant perspective. That's why we step back and it's like, that is something that, someone like Golder is very, that's their forte. So you've run through that, and now you're into the mitigation. When you get right down to the engineering and you get right down to the mitigation strategy, you just break it down into the engineering principles, and yes, we've done hundreds of those. Has that been on the backside of a dam? No. But we will be teaming up with IECS, who have done numerous of these, and we will be teaming up with the University of Windsor, who have done numerous ones of these, and they're here to sign off. So we bring in the players needed. If we need another consultant to sign off a bill, we work as a team. That is, again, the efficiency that we can provide, and we will bring that expertise in. So right now we do have University of Windsor, we do have IECS, who have both had that, and then we do have hundreds of jobs, from, across North America that we've taken care of.
I have two follow-ups, if I may. Explain to me, if you can, you built something at the bottom of the dam so that when the water overtops, it does not undermine the bottom of the the dam? Is
So-
that the principle?
No, I would think we provide coverage for the whole of the dam. So we would start actually at the crest. We would start right at the dam itself. We would cover right over the pathway, like we would, remove all that. And really much of this would be very low impact to the park. I expect that there would be the park use for the majority of the work would be wide open. At the very top, just because we would be concerned for if the overtopping comes, what we don't want is the water to erode underneath it. So we would tie that back. That little detail we'll work on. The quick answer is that we would tie it right back to the existing concrete, and then that would wrap all the way down. At the end of the day, you'd put back all of your pathways and your trees and grass and all that good stuff. But the bulk of the work would be literally from the top to the bottom, and it would be right from side to side, and that would provide the hard surface to prevent the back cutting, which is what you were describing there. So you kind of have a tricky spot at the top and you have a tricky spot at the bottom, and then you address those appropriately. And
Final follow-up. Mr. Bullock, in our staff report, it is mentioned that the dam safety section has advised that the overtopping design-build solution, other than roller compacted concrete, do not meet standard engineering practice. Therefore, a peer review by an experienced dam engineering firm would be required at the city's cost. Could you comment on that?
you see, these are curiosities because I'm an engineer. I am legislated by the associations to provide quality solutions, and by all means have other players. But there are a number of guidelines out there, and I've heard that FEMA has been referred to, and I've heard that the CDA have been referred to. But these are strictly guidelines. They are not regulatory. They are these are things to shoot for. These are goalposts, and they're good. Absolutely. If you can build on bedrock, of course, that's a fabulous idea. But when you start looking at, start pulling back, and what you need is to provide an adequate solution at a cost-effective delivery.
I realize that, but when the dam safety brand states that, then how do you think you're going to get around?
Well, like I say, I have talked to dam safety, and I've gone right through, and I haven't, I'm very transparent. It's like, look, I'm looking to use these blocks. We're looking to anchor them down, and we are looking to provide all of the shear resistance. We're looking to provide all of the uplift capacity. We're looking to provide a surface that would accept, the 6-hour flood and then back. We're looking to provide all of that over a 75-year design life, and I can tick those off, no problem, with what we're proposing.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Bullock. You've partially answered my question. Water level of the dams, if you were chosen to do this mitigation, would the water level be lowered to a dangerous level where the fish and wildlife might be
Risk.
We would have no impact to the reservoir. We'd have no impact to the stream downstream. We would be nowhere near that work. The only thing that we might do is just to tie into the existing dam. There's several ways to tie in at the top, and we're preliminary, so we're still open to suggestions. But one is to go all the way across to the top, and then that would remove the top. There's others where you can roll it down underneath, and that would have less impact. Either way, we wouldn't be nowhere near the water or the fish or any of that riparian areas.
And how many trees? What have you've been there obviously, and how many trees would?
Very minimal. I think there's just on when you're looking down on the left, there's a tree or two that would be up for discussion as to how we treated that. And again, that can be treated in a number of ways. We could actually start to funnel the water down early so that it avoids those trees, or we can just extend the matting up the sides and around those trees. I would suggest that we would just direct it away from them so that we can keep everything tight and trim and leave it alone.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Bullock. Nice to see you again.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
You were mentioning when we met at UBCM that you'd done some work, some erosion work in Nanaimo, somewhere out Hammond Bay area?
We haven't yet done it, but I've got several proposals with the city on Hammond Bay Road, where you have that narrowing section just as you're coming, I guess you'd be heading north out of the bay, and then you've got that corridor. So there's a challenge there where you've got the erosion from the ocean coming in, and you have a number of utilities in there, and a keen interest to provide increased utility capacity. And I do have several proposals into the city to help with that area. So that would be a road widening, slope stability type solution. So the other work that I've done, I worked with the Ministry of Transportation for a number of years. I was with them for 7 years, and I did a number of jobs, over a dozen on Highway 14 and Highway 4, which were all the slope stability, soil anchoring work before I joined GSI.
Thank you. Supplemental, Mr. Chair. Have you broken, I noticed I keep hearing this number $3 million to do both dams. Have you broken it down to determine what that would look like for just the lower?
The lower, I think it's always a bit concerning to not go off of notes, but the middle dam is significantly smaller, and that price was 20% of the other costs, so 2.5, 2.6 for the lower only.
Great, thank you. And then last but not least, as you've got the wall, the water side wall, then you have grass, the pathway, if you will. It's my understanding that you can actually scrape that back. You could put your reinforcing in and put a grass sod back over top of that for the depth of maybe something like a foot.
Right.
Is that what would be one of the proposals you'd have?
Yeah, that would be one of the design details that I've kind of been alluding to. So the goal here is to maintain the park as it is. I mean, it's just a gorgeous sanctuary, and that's the goal, is to maintain that. So that connection at the top is just going to be something that we address, and certainly something that the peer review would pick up. So how we do that, my dream would be to wrap it down early near the crest, and there's a number of ways to do that. If we had to go all the way back to the existing dam through that pathway, we're open to that. But at the end of the day, you take a photograph and you wouldn't know any of that's there, because like you say, it would be buried, and you've got your nice asphalt walkway or what have you on top of it, and it's just safely underground, and then that top little bit of grass or whatever would be basically sacrificial. But
thank you.
Yeah.
Good, thank you. I see no further questions. Thank you very much, sir. Very interesting. Now, the next delegation is Ms. Geraldine Collins. Ms. Collins, you have up to 5 minutes.
Geraldine Collins, 110 Canterbury Crescent. I am a member of the Colliery Dam Park Preservation Society and also a member of the Technical Committee. And here we are. Jeff and I are here today to give you some critical information about the Colliery Dams. First of all, let's look at the remediation costs. They have drastically changed over the last just about 2 years we've been here. It started at $43 million. And then they thought about it a little more and said, maybe $30 million. Down to 24, 17. Now we have a Golder saying they can do it for about 8. And Mr. Bullock says he can do it for 3. Well, we have not looked into all the options, so there could be even further cost savings. And, we really don't know how the dam will fail, if at all, in a flood event. At present, the city has no contingency fund for either an earthquake, as in today's newspaper, or a flood event. This money might be better spent, put into a contingency fund for a disaster in Nanaimo of any sort. Dam safety section. What is their role? First of all, they started out by telling us that in 2012, that we had the worst, most dangerous dams in BC. But then, a scant year later, they were okay. Here in this council room, we got a letter from them minutes before the meeting saying that the water had to be taken out of the dams in the winter of 2013-2014. And here we are now. The dams are in good condition, and the dam safety section is considering reducing the criteria and all the things that go with it, like that is the design criteria for if there should be any remediation. I don't know how it is that they are talking of taking out a work order, because they clearly stated in a technical committee meeting at which I was present that they were quite okay with nothing happening until next year. So I'm very confused about that. Their real job is to investigate a plan that has been presented to them. So far, they have not yet received a plan. It's important that we take time to collect correct, good information, because this leads to better decisions. What will it cost to find out if the dams fail in a flood? Certainly less than $8 million. Then we will know for sure what will happen. It is not some ill-conceived supposition. The dams are in good condition. We know that now. And through risk analysis, we know there's little consequence. There is no urgency to make any type of rushed decision. Risk analysis has showed us that even in the worst case scenario, no one will die. We have time to do it right. Currently, there's no work planned until the summer of 2015. That being the case, no remediation should even be considered until all the solutions have been investigated. And we have not looked at everything yet. Mr. Solomon will take over on the same presentation from here. Thank you.
Thanks, I'm Jeff Solomon. So we do have a plan, and basically it's a couple of things. First of all, we would like the minutes from our last meeting to be released, including the revisions that we feel should be on record. It should just be a matter of public record. I mean, we're really shooting for transparency here. We want to allow time for everyone to become familiar with the issues and the options, including the proposal from GSI. We shouldn't be ignoring a very favorable and seemingly appropriate option that was proposed by an international engineering firm that seems to be more along the lines of what we're looking for in terms of cost-effective and least intrusive. It's just it would befuddles me to think that we would want to bypass an option that we think they may be very viable for the park. We do not feel, I think it's been said before that the technical committee does not actually exist anymore, that it's a finished deal. We did suspend our involvement, but we didn't think that the work was finished. What we wanted was, before the July 14th meeting, we wanted to allow for some time to revisit the issues, so we make the good decisions. We didn't say that it was finished, and we didn't want to opt out totally. We wanted time to make sure that we got back on track. That's what we were shooting for. We would prefer, and we don't think it's right, to have a public meeting to be scheduled at this time, and the reason is simple. A public meeting should involve the public in terms of the context of the meeting, as well as having public input into the meeting. To schedule a public meeting without that, it lends towards coming back to the public with some set ideas about what's going to be put forward. And that's problematic, because the public needs to have that kind of input into this kind of affair. That's how you involve people, and you allow for the public involvement and engagement that we're really shooting for. We did not wish for the recommendations to Council that were made on July 14th to be accepted, because we come back to that we did not feel that the technical committee was not complete. We wanted to sit down and look again if we were on the right track and really covering everything so people would feel satisfied that we were getting to where we want to be. To be there for the technical committee for 8 months and not have one word of really what are from the Colliery Dam Park Preservation Society. There was nothing in the report that came to you. Nothing about us other than there wasn't a consensus that evolved from it. But there wasn't anything in terms of our concerns or what we thought about the entire process or what we thought about the options. And I don't think that's appropriate. So I would actually prefer not to be trying to save the park for the course of the rest of the summer. I'd like to actually take a break, and I think that you guys should all have a break in August as well. I think that would be a really, really good thing. But personally, I would like to prefer to enjoy the park and to have some time and to reconvene in September and to start to look. This isn't a costly kind of situation. To actually have a discussion between people, we don't necessarily need. I think we can all set up a meeting and have a discussion and get together and reconvene in September to make sure we're on track. We'd like some adjustments to the process so it is more transparent. And we'd like some third-party involvement, but those things are very, very doable. This isn't that difficult to set up. I think we can get there, and I think we can have those discussions so people will feel that we're actively engaged, the public is actively engaged, and for sure that we're coming back at the end with options and considerations for the park that it's going to be acceptable. We want the committee findings to be transparent, and we really, really want to recommit the objectives of least intrusive and cost-effective. I think you've heard now that we're very, very concerned about some of the previous options that have been brought forward. We think that they're very, very dramatic, intrusive impact to the park. Anytime you go in and you reduce the water level of the park, of the two lakes, it really does affect everything. You can't just say that you're dropping the water level 10 feet or 15 feet. We have 25 feet of water in that park, and at the deepest part. These lakes are very, very small. We're not talking big lakes here. If you drop it 10 or 15 feet and you have, what I say, some hot, muddy little pools. I have made a big thing about the signage, and I think that there's, quite rightly so, the signs and sirens weren't necessary in 2012. They're not necessary. Now they were decided to be necessary in 2013. People are saying, what? Really? 70 tsunami signs? Come on. Are you serious? I think it's really, really inappropriate and really unfair for our community. Okay, it was not, I know, okay. Sorry, Mayor Redden. I actually am almost finished. The signage, I know you were faced with a very difficult decision 2 years ago. I realize that. And it was very prompt. It was deemed as an emergency. It wasn't an emergency. We know that now. And it's definitely no emergency now. We shouldn't have to rush into any decision right now because it's not essential to rush ahead and spend a lot of money, a lot of grief, a lot of time, and come up with something that isn't satisfactory. The goal should be consensus. We need to make every effort to look at all possible options to reach an agreed-upon solution and to get the process back on track. GSI's solution right now is definitely the best on the table right now, and it may be the one that people may want to go with. However, we need to make sure that all considerations are taken into account.
Okay, we've got a couple of questions for you.
And thank you.
Okay. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Very good speaker.
Thanks.
In December the 6th, 2012, you said we don't have to rush into doing things. Yes. You said we want you to do something now. We wanted you to do something years ago.
Yes.
Now you're saying, let's not rush into it.
Can I answer that, sir?
Sure.
Okay.
That was before you knew the present state of the dams. Is that what you're going to say?
Sure.
Sure.
The dams were brought up for many years. There's been studies and studies and studies. It was if there had been a feeling that something needed to be done, then it should have been done before. 2010 was the seismic report, and there was it's said to be that there was a dramatic impact if the dams were to fail. That was 2010. And so it wasn't brought up as an emergency at that point. It was brought up as an emergency 2 years later. And yes, indeed, if somehow the discussion had been begun at that point, I think we actually could have got to a place where there was a satisfactory conclusion quite a long time ago.
Now, also in the presentation, if you don't mind, Your Worship,
Go ahead.
the previous delegation, part of your delegation, said the dams are in good condition. But I read here that it says that, and this is an excerpt from an email from Scott Morgan on May the 12th, 2014, from your meetings. And it says that the Middle Chase River Dam from extreme to high, and the classification of the Lower Chase River Dam from extreme to very high. Well, I don't know how you think about what a good condition is, but that's not it would be low would be a good condition, wouldn't it?
Sure. You know, the classification system has been brought up. It's really interesting how dams are classified. You know, the Lower Chase River Dam is actually classified as the same as Jump Creek. Jump Creek has millions and millions of cubic meters of water. If Jump Creek went, which it almost did in 1988, it almost failed. A lot of people don't realize that, but it would have wiped out most of South Cassidy and Cedar, and because it has a lot of water. It's the classification system. Yeah, it was brought down to very high. We thought it should be much lower than that, but that's the way they do things. So whatever.
Quite often, when you don't like what you hear, you question them.
Well, I think we have a right to question about the classification system.
I think you have a right to question it too, but you seem to question everybody about everything all the time.
Well, I think we've had a lot of things to question. I mean, just the fact that the dams were brought up to be the most extreme and worst dams in BC, I think we have a valid question about that. And I think that it's really been important to bring some of these questions into play.
Now, one of the members of your committee, I guess, on the same December 6th meeting, 2012, they were discussing why wasn't there a warning system?
Yes, that's right. Actually, Roblin asked about that.
That's exactly who it is, yeah.
For sure, yeah.
Yeah. An early warning system.
Yeah, for sure.
You have a horn that people can hear it right away and react right away.
And we were told it wasn't necessary.
And now you're saying it isn't necessary, and we're saying it is necessary.
We were told it wasn't necessary then, when we thought that the dams were going to explode any minute. Now we're saying that the dams are in pretty good shape, and now it's necessary. It seems a little odd.
Doesn't it, though? Now, so...
Well, it does to me.
Yeah. You know, I did find that first presenter, the GSI, very interesting. And I was about to say, let's get on with it, because we're beating this thing to death. It's been 2 years, and I think it's time we get on with it. But I'm going to reconsider what I'm thinking. Unless you people beat the heck out of this, the next speakers, telling us that we're foolish and we're not listening and questioning everything that we do, maybe you could take the pressure off a bit, and we can actually have an idea of what's going on.
Your Worship.
Well, can I answer that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Could we just stay on track? And if there's technical questions of the delegation, let's ask. Could we please listen to all of the delegations?
All right.
And then have debate and dialogue to follow?
Any further questions?
Well, no, I just think that, the technical committee, 2/3 of them have agreed to the spillway method with the labyrinth. And consensus and democracy. Of course, you'll say, oh, democracy, that's all bull. But...
Oh, no, I don't see it's bull at all. I think it's a really good thing to shoot for. Yeah.
Sure. But...
if I could just, for point of order...
Let him finish. He's just about done. Let's finish it off, Ted, and let's move on.
I think that, you know, you should lend some credence to the SFN and the city being 2/3. And as I said before, consensus is consensus, and if you don't agree with it, then you remove yourself.
Okay.
Anyway.
That's it. Thank you. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. Question is to staff and not to Mr. Solomon.
Please listen.
Could staff tell me, it's being alluded by Mr. Solomon and his group that the 27th of June minutes are incomplete. Are they? And if they are, what do we do to remedy that?
Your Worship, what happened in the meeting on the 27th is just like all previous meetings, is the minutes were produced and they were sent out to the various parties. While they were being sent out, the technical committee discontinued. It was no longer in place. So we never had a mechanism to come back and approve those minutes at the follow-up meeting, and that's what we've done in the previous 11 meetings. The challenge that arose in this case is the request to include further comments in the minutes were sent back to us and then circulated to the rest of the committee, and there was disagreement by the rest of the committee if those minutes were an accurate reflection of the discussion that took place. Now, minutes are not verbatim. They are the key issues that were brought up, and we sit here now, and I propose that we send them out in draft without the additional comments because there's just not agreement on it. But certainly I take any direction from council in that regard. The challenge is other parties disagree with what's being proposed.
Mr. Solomon, would you care to comment on that?
Sure. Certainly you only capture certain, you don't capture everything. It's not verbatim for the minutes. It's a very difficult process to take everything. But there were some key points that were left out, and we thought that they should be added. And so what I would like to propose is that, we did tape that meeting, and that the statements that were made from our group are the ones that we wanted to be put in, and I can take those and do it verbatim and transcribe them because we have the actual recording. So if that's acceptable to the city, we could do that. It takes a little bit of time, but certainly we can do it verbatim. It's not a problem.
Mr. Seward?
Your Worship, the minutes are not verbatim, and there is disagreement in what was said, and there's comments back. And some of the comments we received, I have them on paper, are inappropriate to be put in the minutes, plain and simple. And there is a concern by other parties that the discussion got to a point where it was not a part of the meeting that was a reflection of the technical discussions that went on. It started to be some very problematic perspectives put forward, and therefore other parties did not agree with it.
Follow up, if I may, Your Worship. Also to staff, could you comment on the signage situation? And
by all means,
please.
The signage was put in last September to put a system in place to warn the residents if there was going to be a problem, either from an earthquake or from a overtopping situation. The part of the agreement with dam safety section was to that we'd have the system in place until the dams are fixed. And so the signage is still in place. We had a meeting today about taking some of that signage out and moving it, because now we know that the earthquake part of the problem is no longer there. It would be a slow failure, and therefore it because the dams are in better condition. But the key point here is the spillway is still undersized and repairs have to take place. And Golder, our engineer, who sat there for 8 months with us, has said, you have a problem with the spillway. If it overtops, it will potentially erode the embankment, leading to a large amount of water going downstream and it being very problematic. So until that's resolved, all the signage is not recommended to be removed.
Okay. One final. Okay. With regards to the position that's been taken by Shunamo First Nation, they favored a Labrador spillway. Is that strictly done because of their fisheries concern?
I can't really speak for them. I certainly won't speak for them. My understanding of it is they listened to the 8 months of discussion. They participated a lot. They had a number of issues that they felt were important, and at the end of the day, weighing all those issues off, they chose the Labyrinth.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is for the delegation. Thank you for your continued interest in this project. I just want to clarify something concerning the rating given by the Dam Safety Branch. And if we all recall, there's a graph that's used, and on one side of the graph, it's the probability of failure. On the other side, on the other axis, it's the inundation consequence.
Right.
So if the inundation consequence remains the same, and you significantly improve the probability of failure, you may not get a significant drop in the rating of the dam. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, the classification is, it's based on if a dam fails. If. And so then it's the consequence downstream. It's not to say that the dam would ever fail, but it's only if. So it is, you're on the right track with that. It becomes very confusing for a lot of people, but the probability of failure is another segment of it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to staff, if I may. Mr. Seward, you mentioned that, or our colleague Padgey said that and reminded us that the SFN were in favor of the Labyrinth method of remediation. Were they privy to the information put forward by Mr. Bullock and the GSI concept?
Yes, they sat through that presentation.
Thank you. And did they have any comment or wanted further information?
The challenge with the GSI presentation, it came at the very end. And as I said, it's now an alternate to what Golder has proposed. And if there was more review of it, it may bring forward a solution that is workable, and it may not.
Thank you.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank
sir.
you.
Now, the next delegation is Mr. Robert Fuller and Miss Haley Roberts.
Robert Fuller and Haley Robert, 3350 Hammond Bay Road. While I'm not an engineer, hydrological expert, or even a wannabe expert, it seems to me that a little bit more common sense may be lacking in the decision-making to send this issue onto a public information meeting at this time. Indeed, it is my opinion, and only my opinion, that a one-track train has been boarded to spend money to alleviate a problem that may not even exist, with no delineation in this thought, and no one seems to halt its progress. This issue has gone beyond the dam being an earthquake hazard. Indeed, the folks who constructed these dams knew exactly what they were doing. The facts and studies clearly support this. Now it seems that the people running this train are clutching at straws and making assumptions that a mythological storm event may or may not overtop the dam and create untold amounts of mayhem. The facts do not substantiate that this has ever happened or perhaps even might. This is all supposition, much in the same way that someone could pull out of their hat that an earthquake may happen on the mainland and spawn a tsunami and completely devastate our city. Perhaps we should build a 40-foot wall just in case. Sounds ludicrous, but is it not in the same vein as forecasting a storm event that may or may not happen and what may result from it? What if? What if? What if? If you keep asking this question, you end up like a dog chasing its tail. Mother Nature can be fickle, and short of encasing our city in a dome, we have to coexist with her. It's time to pull this runaway train into the station and start thinking with a clear, open mind.
Not all options have been explored. And clearly, once the colliery dams were finally deemed to be sound, one should have asked the most obvious: what if we do nothing? Why do anything? Has anyone actually sat down with the Dam Safety Board and advocated this position? Well, it's probably too late to even consider this. Then the GSI proposal clearly deserves conscious thought in that it is the least invasive to our park. Clearly, the money, time, and expertise would have been better serving the public by creating a comprehensive disaster preparedness plan to address the issue of an earthquake or disaster situation in our city. Please stop the fear-mongering. Take down the tsunami signs and leave the park alone so that we may all enjoy it with the same way we have for so many years. Now, would you like to say something? She's shy. Do you want me to say it for you?
Haley, did you want to say just a couple of words?
Okay, I
Come on, Haley.
don't like reading this or anything for anybody,
Okay.
but these are Haley's words.
Okay.
Please leave our dams alone and stop trying to scare us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Haley. Now, the next delegation we have is Mr. Dwayne Lychuk.
Thank you, Council. Dwayne Lychuk, 104 Lenwood Road. I first want to thank you guys for all the work that you've done on this issue over the last 2 years. I know to say it hasn't been easy for any of us is an understatement. I want to start off by giving you a little bit of my background and what the park means to me. I was born and raised in Nanaimo and lived my entire life in South Nanaimo, in Harewood. I spent a lot of time at the colliery dams in my lifetime. I remember when they used to put sand at the first dam, and we used to go there when I was just a little kid, and that's where I learned to swim. Unfortunately, we stopped doing that. I'd like to see that happen again. Maybe after all this is said and done, the city can work with the Colliery Dam Preservation Society to set something up where we can start doing something like that again. I don't know. I'm very frustrated over this entire situation. I'm not a member of the Colliery Dam Preservation Society, just so you know. I don't agree with their tactics and a lot of the things that they have done and said over these last 2 years. Jeff Solomon seems to flip-flop more than a fish out of water, as Mr. Greaves pointed out earlier in his speech. I recall early in this process that expanding the spillways as a way of keeping our lakes was a viable option to the Preservation Society, and now all of a sudden it's not. This confuses me. I could be wrong, but it's my understanding that with the spillway option, there's going to be some sort of a gate system so the water can be lowered, or if the Chase River dries up or something like that. Is that true, or did I read that wrong?
Basically.
That's correct. Okay, yeah. So I think we can all understand with the summer that we're having this year, it's the warmest, driest summer that I can remember. I don't know if it is on record or not, but I know early on in this is something that was brought up as climates change and our summers get hotter and drier, we're going to need that water in the lake. That was something that was pushed very hard by these people behind me as the importance of having that lake. So having a system set up where we can release water when the Chase River is very low to protect the salmon stream, I think is extremely important. The colliery dams, to say the colliery dams are important to me is an understatement. They're part of me. And the idea at the beginning of this, ripping out the dams and leaving a mud hole, which was the original thing, was devastating to myself and my family. The fact that we're not there anymore, that we're now looking at ways, the best way of saving these lakes, shows how far we've come. And I, although I don't disagree with these people behind me, I do commend them for the work that they've done in that regard. They have kept it in the news and that. And Mr. Bestwick and Mr. Patchy and Mr. McKay, for you changing your vote, that saved a lot of it. I know some of you have been a little bit more stubborn, but it looks like we've kind of come around a little bit, and that now we're looking at saving the park in the best way. To me, the spillway, if I could go to the dam right now and take a picture of the dam and then say this is what it's going to be like forever, that's what I would want to see, but obviously that's not going to happen. I would like to have the same energy I had when I was 20 years old, but that's not going to happen either. So, to me, the spillway is the best option because, again, it gives us the option of releasing water into the Chase River that protects the salmon fry. And also, if we do have a major storm coming up, maybe it'll never happen, maybe it will, but it gives us the option to lower the lakes before that storm comes as well, which protects the community as well, and the lakes will still be there. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Lychak. Oh, just a question go ahead. We've got a question here. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Mr. Lychak. Not a question, but just a comment, just for the record. I have never changed my vote or my position on the Colliery Dam situation since day one, since the very first vote that ever took place on this topic. My vote has never changed.
Okay, I apologize for that. It was my understanding that at that first in-camera meeting that it was a unanimous decision and that all of you were there. So if that's incorrect, I apologize for.
I'm not sure who your in-camera source is, but whoever your in-camera source is incorrect. But I can assure you that my vote has never changed.
Okay,
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Okay, Councillor McKay, did you have something?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is a comment to Mr. Lychak. Thank you for your impassioned views on the subject matter. And you bring up a really good point, something that we've not explored, and I'll be exploring a little bit later on during the course of the meeting when it's our turn to talk. And that is the issue of looking at water flow at all times of the year. We're only here looking at extreme weather conditions with excessive amounts of water. We're not looking at the other side of the equation, which is happening right now. Just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you.
Which is the drought time of the year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lychak. Appreciate the time. Okay, the next delegation, Mr. Leon Cake.
Thank you, Worship. My name is Leon Cake, 5936 Schooner Way, member of the Society and member of the now no longer in existent Technical Committee. First, I'd like to say, boy, what a topic, what a subject in our city. What a divide. I have my presentation here, but I'm going to have to say this because I did 8 months of myself with people in this community like Jeff Sullivan. I'm not going to look for anybody to clap here, okay? But I'd just like to say that I met Jeff Sullivan through this process. If every one of us in this room had the passion for the success of Nanaimo's beauty to be kept, preserved, maintained, and maybe even worshipped, that's the man that's sitting back there that has, since day one, cared about these dams, these lakes, this park, like nobody I have ever met. So I had to get that out. So the concern I have, and I'd like to say, yes, Toby, we had a long journey here, 8 months. Good meetings, sometimes difficult meetings, and I once said to Toby that my old boss said at one point in life, sometimes you'll have to agree to disagree. And we got to a point where we wanted to step back because we were at that point, agree to disagree. But we weren't done. We weren't finished. And it's too bad that we've ended up in this situation. But what I'd like to address is the lower level valve. In one of our meetings, as a person that works in the water industry for 40 years, the discussion at the beginning of all this, if we look at the beginning of the journey, and I'll use that as a reference to our First Nations people, when Doug White came forward, it was to recognize his concerns about the fisheries. That was the starting point of why we're here right now, his concern about the fisheries. So in that concern, as we went through this process trying to pick, first, how to recognize the seismic, which we spent a lot of money on, and we got that job done. We proved it. Then, the second issue that we should have addressed was the fisheries. We were in discussion at periods of time in this journey about this issue. At one point in time, we were all sitting together, and I asked this to be taken to a different committee, to a different discussion about bringing people in to discuss the lower level valve. The lower level valve is a device that would take water, be able to bring it downstream and induce it from the lake. But there was some other parameters. Wayne Harling from the Fish and Game Club, who is another passionate man in our community, he was involved. We did some site exploratory, going up and looking at the main line that the city gets its water from, but now it's chlorinated, so we couldn't use that. Addressing how to get water to the fisheries and the chase, the farthest distance away from the dams, for that time of the year, in September, October, when it's needed. To me, right now, we still haven't addressed it. We have said we have, but we haven't got all parties at the table to discuss this issue. The VIU, the SFN, the City of Nanaimo's representatives, and maybe our representatives, to sit and say, okay, hold on here. We don't want to miss the boat on the lower level valve, because if we make a mistake and spend $9 million to do the spillway, and the lower level valve does not do what it's supposed to do, we wasted $9 million. Yes, we're concerned about the overtopping, as our group is, and that was kind of our path. But we have to be concerned about the fisheries. How do we get the volume of water in the droughtest time of the year from a lake that can only produce 3 feet of water in a 25-foot depth, because 10 feet of that bottom of that lake has been proven to be sludge, and it's called, when you start taking water out of a basin, you can actually flip the lake. Okay, so then in relationship to taking the water out and flipping the lake, that habitat you could kill that habitat. I'm not a fisheries officer, I'm not a fisheries person. I just know over all the years of doing business in the construction industry, when we're dealing with streams or dealing with this kind of involvement where we're taking that much water out, that you have to concern yourself with what you're doing when you do this. So the concern I have is there's an open house being proposed. This lower level valve, in my opinion, as a member of the committee, needs to have a committee struck to bring those parties to the table to make sure that we look at the options. The options, to me, as a person involved, is not the middle, not the lower, not the middle, but number one. Bring the water from number one, so we have the ability for volume, the ability for height. Height brings head to water, and look at how far we need to take that water properly to induce waters in the fisheries, which is why we're here. We're here to maintain the fisheries for the First Nations. At the same time, we're here to maintain those lakes for recreational value in our community. So I know we have a process going on, and it's a very difficult one, as we can see with the comments being made about individuals and sometimes relationships. But we need to step back. We need to think about these parameters of why did we start this journey? What brought us here? Chief Doug White brought us here concerned about the fisheries. If someone can tell me tearing out the spillway 5 meters deep, putting in a lower outlet valve that's going to produce probably 3 feet of water off the top, and then when that's done, and someone says, we hardly got 3/4 of the way down and there's no water. Now what? That's a $9 million waste of money because it didn't do what it was supposed to do. So I'm asking to city staff that we investigate further the lower level valve.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the last delegation is Mr. Gord Fuller.
Gord Fuller, 604 Nicholl Street. Mandate, development of an environmentally minimally invasive, cost and time-effective solution. Has this been met? In my opinion, no. Council needs to ask, with such a straightforward mandate, how we have managed to come up with one of the exact opposites of that mandate, that being the spillway solution. We have, it seems, come full circle, starting with reports based on supposition and conjecture, and now looking at options based on the same. In the almost 2 years, and having spent $2 million or more, we are only sure of two things. One, and this is from Golder report, the dams will not fail in an earthquake. They are in very good condition. And two, the chance of anyone dying, no matter the event, is slim to none. As far as I know, there is no record of the lower dam overtopping. And this is supported in 2003 in Golder's report, which stated there was no evidence or record of the dam's overtopping. No evidence is apparent today of any damage caused by excess flows down the lower Chase spillway, nor is there any record of the dam overtopping. That's from their own report in 2003. The lower dam spillway has had several different recorded flow stats varying from 25 to 55 cubic meters per second. I mean, how can you make a decision when you don't even know what the correct stats are for recorded flow? It's incomplete information. From Chase River Dam Breach Flood Inundation Study of 2012, it would require detailed knowledge of the dam structures and intense geotechnical analysis to undertake an assessment of erosion rates to identify when each structure would lose stability and fill. We haven't done this. Information regarding estimated time for dam failure has been taken from risk analysis, and it makes assumptions. There are many unknowns, as stated by the engineer, and this is from Golder, April 4th, 2014, Middle and Lower Chase River Dams Failure Modes and Inundation Scenarios. Core wall fails in sections, causing a stepped release of water from the reservoir. Significant uncertainties, rate of erosion, number of steps, and wood failed core wall armor against erosion of the next zone. So there's a lot of uncertainties here. I've got notes all over the place. So. Golder's hydrological analysis, July 25th, 2014. One of the most remarkable results taken from the tests on Rockfield Dam model is their capability to resist the overflow and percolation flow when compared to earth dams. Our dams have an impervious reinforced concrete wall and extensive rockfill berm. We have the best of both with our dams. Further modeling needs to occur to assess erosion due to overtopping. If the proper study was done to actually model what would happen in an overtopping event, it could show very little or nothing needs to be done to upgrade our dams. There's really no rush to do anything. Look at the alternative overtopping by GSI. Do an erosion modeling study. Yes, they both may cost money, but they may both save millions in the future. We know one will. I urge you not to support staff recommendations until this is done, and I urge you to support Jeff Solomon's request that the technical committee be brought back in September of this year. Take a break from it for a month, because I know he said he could use a break. I'm sure you could use a break. There's a few hundred other people that have been involved in this from the get-go that could use a break. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes it. The staff recommendation is that Council direct staff to schedule a public information meeting for the week of September 15th to 19th, 2014 for Golder & Associates to explain their technical analysis of the Colliery Dams / options, and 2, following the public information meeting, return to Council with a report outlining the next steps / decision process on options and funding sources. Councillor Patchy.
Thank you, Worship. I think this is the time where I should like to move that Council instruct staff to hold off with the September 15 to 19 date as far as the public information session is concerned until such time that the GSI initiative can be researched further and be made part of that public information.
Is there a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Okay, I move in second. Discussion? I've got several people on this one, so Councillor Patsy, do you want to speak to it? Okay, and then Councillor Johnstone? No, this is on the motion.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. Through you to staff. The public information meetings would be prior to having, even considering taking both options, the to design readiness stage, would it be? So there'd be no opportunity to do that. We'd be seeing the Liberanth method and their second choice of their overtopping method. But the GSI proposal would not be part of that public information session?
At this time, that's correct. The challenge is the GSI proposal is not well developed as yet. You certainly saw the proposal, what his company does, and it's got lots of merits. But for a dam overtopping situation, it has not been developed as yet because there's no design specifications.
And a follow-up, Your Worship. And if we decided to take both of those options, the GSI overtopping method and the Liberanth method, to design stage, what would you anticipate the time frame to be?
Well, first of all, we wouldn't just take the GSI option to design stage unless that's your direction, because we would take it to design stage and any company, including GSI, could bid on that. And the same thing would happen with the Labyrinth. So we may get 2 or 3 bids on each, or we may not. But the time frame for that would be 3 to 4 months.
3 to 4 months. Thank you.
We have some more questions, but I might just ask, if I could, Mr. Seward, if the motion proceeds and it's delayed from the projected date of September 15th and 19th, how would that impact, from your opinion, on the plans moving ahead? Would that be a serious issue or no issue at all?
That brings back the very important issue here. To move ahead with the improvements next summer, we need to have a decision made by Christmas to get the permits in place, get the design going forward, the tendering process, and ready for physical construction. So if we delay into September and potentially beyond, and the decision isn't made in that regard, then we potentially are going to miss the window next summer. There is certainly some time there, but if we delay too much further, there would be a problem in that. That's why the staff put forward the comments about the request for proposals and saying, if you went down that route and asked us to get underway with the design specification development, then we could still meet that time frame.
Okay. Mr. Swaby, did you have a comment to make? Maybe not.
Well, Your Worship, I was going to comment, and maybe I could be corrected if I'm wrong, that this is the best case scenario in terms of getting on with it. If I understand Councillor Padgey's motion correctly, that you would be directing us to actually get on with the tendering, the design criteria for both options, and get on with whatever the solution is, and we'd bring back, and council would make a decision based on either the Labyrinth or the overtopping, whoever bids on it. It means we have to spend $200,000 to $400,000 to get there, but in my opinion, that's actually getting on with it, and you're making a decision. That wouldn't occur until somewhere March of next year. And it would be, of course, subject to dam safety discussions and First Nations discussions if we choose something that's different than what they've recommended. But in my mind, that motion, correct me if I'm wrong, is actually the quickest means to the end.
Do you have a comment? No?
Well, Mr. Swaby, the whole point is that if this is to start construction in the summer of 2015, then I don't think why we could not get the information that we require for GSI by Christmas and take it from there.
Can I just clarify, one of the issues here is sole sourcing. If council's policy on tendering contracts is to put it out to bid, unless it meets our criteria for sole sourcing. If you direct us to go ahead and pursue GSI's design and work with them to come up with a solution, I hear that being sole sourcing, and that certainly is your discretion to do so. But other people may say, we want the opportunity to bid on this and have an open process. So we could be in a situation where it ends up being sole sourcing, and if we went down that road and then it was decided later, no, let's go for a request for proposals, then all of a sudden other bidders could say, well, GSI has worked with you for a long period of time, they know all your criteria, and they would have an advantage in that. So that's why we're proposing the request for proposal process as Mr. Swaby raised.
So, Your Worship, to Councillor Paggi, more specific to why can't we have this done by December? If you give us the go-ahead, of course, we would investigate as hard as we can, but even the applicant at the podium today suggested that all of that work that Golder did for $1 million for the last 8 months has to be considered. And he's talking about a bunch of other consultants that need to come into the fray, provide their advice on hydrology and all of the other things that Golder reviewed, and that has to be tied into his design to come up with a solution that dam safety likes, and then we have to get a peer review to actually review what he's proposing. So I can't see it being done by December.
Well, I understand all that, and you're probably not far off, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to find out what GSI has to offer. And if you have another way of doing it, then you need to tell me that. But I want to know more about it.
Yeah. So thank you. Maybe I'll try one more time with what Mr. Seward said. GSI is just an application. Mm-hmm. There may be several companies that apply the same procedures. And if you want, we can sole source and say, GSA, you're our guys, here's our money, go out and design it, get dam safety to approve it. Or we can go for a call for proposals that have a certain set of criteria that involve using their method of dealing with the mitigation of the dam, and they could be one of the people that bid on it, and then council can
Mm-hmm.
decide which one they like.
I have no problem with the latter.
Okay.
And Your Worship, that's the recommendation that I thought you were making, which was to get on with both options and come back with all the proposals.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. Well, I'm having difficulties with the money we're spending because I don't know what it's cost up to now to do these studies, 2.5 million, 3 million, 2.5 million? 2.4 million. And, you know, we just went through the budget, but that isn't, I don't know how long ago that was end of March, April. And we were nitpicking every little dollar and cent to save the taxpayers money. And now possibly we're talking about another $400,000 on top of the 2.4 million. So we might as well round it up to $3 million. It's a further delay. You know, it reminds me of the city of Victoria and the sewage treatment plant that they're going through down there. And it's millions of dollars every month or so because of the delay. And this doesn't seem to want to stop, and with us as well. I must say that I'm impressed with the GSI presentation. And I must say that they're quite inexpensive. And we've got to keep in mind that it is contrary to what the SFN have decided on. They like the labyrinth method for the spillway. So I'm betwixt and between. I probably will vote in favor of your motion, Councillor Paggi. I just want this to end sometime. Thank you.
We all do.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to do something a little bit unusual, and I want to be able to use the screen. I've asked for Mr. Rickwood to post something up on the screen, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to work from here. So if I can beg your indulgence, no, I was wondering if I could just go up the podium so I can use the pointer.
Sure, by all means.
Oh my God. Down a little bit. I think it's kind of bright. Disco ball. Let's get that going. Sure. Okay. So one of the things that we keep talking about is this wintertime event. This thing where we're going to get this deluge of water. And one of the challenges that I've got is that right now we seem to be paying little or no attention to the whole issue of what we're doing in the summertime, during the drought times, and so on and so forth. So, for example, right now, can staff tell me what's the current flow of the Chase River at the lower dam?
As of today, it's as you can see there, it's probably a couple of inches deep. I don't know the cubic meters per second. The spillway is designed for 35 cubic meters per second, so I would think it's 1 or 2% of that.
1 or 2%?
Yes.
So it might be half a cubic meter?
I would only be...
If even that?
And that's the whole point is, yes,
Okay.
99% of the time
Great.
it is
Thank-
running at
thank
a very
you.
low level.
Thank you. So right, over the last, so what we're doing here is we know we've got and I've seen different numbers, we've got a 25 to 35 cubic meter per second capacity at the lower spillway. And we're being asked to consider that we're going to be talking about we need to build to 80% of what's considered to be one in a 1,000 year event, which would be 100 cubic meters a second. Am I correct on that?
The peak flood would be 205. The design flood that the engineers are talking about is 143 cubic meters per second.
Okay, so recently we've all heard reports about the Englishman River and what they're looking at doing up in the Englishman River. During the winter, Parksville and all the areas around there take their water from the Englishman River. They've discovered that there are some huge untapped aquifers in the area. During the summer, they draw from the aquifers, but they get dangerously low close to the bottom of the aquifers during the course of the summer. Then what happens is, what they're proposing to do is they want to store water during the winter into the aquifers from the Englishman River so they don't have to draw from it during the summer at all, for the sake of the fish and the height, because they're taking into account that there's two extremes weather. If we've got climate change, you've got extreme wet and extreme dry. So they're covering both those bases.
You're going to relate this to Colliery Dams, I hope.
I am absolutely, Your Worship. At Cowichan River, we've got exactly the same thing going on. Right now, it's dangerously low, and fish need to be rescued because of the low water levels and the high temperature. So now, on the SNEMU sent us a letter saying that they approve of the labyrinth approach. One of the things that I didn't see in that letter is that they've also approved our mitigation plan for the construction period. During that, because I don't think we've developed a mitigation plan to prevent damage to the fisheries.
So, just 1 sec, Councillor McKay. Could we just? I'm not sure whether you're for or against the motion. There's a motion on the floor, and maybe we could get staff to read it now, so we know exactly what the motion is. Because then you can acknowledge whether you're speaking for it or against it. Because I'm not sure now.
Yes, Your Worship, I'll have Mr. Farrow read it. I'm not sure we exactly got it correctly, so Councillor Padgett is going to have to help us after we read it.
Your Worship, my understanding on the motion is Council instruct staff postpone a public information meeting scheduled for the week of September 15 to 19th, 2014, until such a time as the GSI initiative can be researched further and brought back to Council.
Is that your motion?
So okay. Just to clarify, Your Worship, because we were talking about in order to do that, we can't just work with GSI. So I was making the assumption that you wanted to actually do the option where we call for proposals for both options and bring that all back to you, and GSI would be one of the ones that would submit on that. Okay, we'll rewrite that.
Okay, so armed with that information, Councillor McKay, are you in favor? You're speaking in favor of this or opposed to the motion on the floor?
When I'm sitting over there, am I required to prerequisite my discussion by a for or against?
No, it's just that you're going into quite a bit off the subject from this motion is what I'm saying. You've talked about the Cowichan River and you've talked about up north and so on. I'm just trying to say, really what we're debating is the question on the floor that Councillor Padgett has moved, and I'm just trying to relate your response to his motion, that's all.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. What happened originally was the motion was put on the floor as recommended by staff. Mm-hmm. Councillor Padgett then came up with his motion.
Correct.
So even though we didn't vote on the other motion, so it's an addition to the original motion. I'm trying to give information here.
Your Worship, I'm sorry, it was no motion initiative initially on the floor. The only motion on the floor was Councillor Padgett.
Yeah. There was a staff recommendation, it wasn't acted on.
Okay, so thank you. So I'm getting to where I need to go.
Okay.
Okay. I brought this map because somebody graciously took me down to the Colliery Dams and through the lakes, and I spent about 4 hours hiking the lakes to determine where all this water in the heavy rains is going to be coming from. So I had this map produced. If you look at the green lines, there's two sets of green lines. Some of them are solid, some of them are dotted. The solid green lines are storm sewer pipes. The dotted ones are storm sewer ditches. So if you look at what's happening up here, here's reservoir number 2, across the Nanaimo Lakes Road, right in here. Okay, those things go down into the Chase right there. Those ones go down to the Chase. Those ones go down and go down onto the Nanaimo Lakes Road. They go down the open ditches, and then they come down here, and they go down into the the middle lake. These ones here, all along the parkway, they go in here between reservoir number 1 and the middle dam. All of these go down into here, go down into here, go down into here, down here, and I'm not certain here exactly what happens, whether some goes this way and some goes this way, but I'm being told that the channels in this portion into the lower lake, there's quite a torrent runs down there, so I'd suggest it goes both ways. That's a lot of water. This is all the D&D property up here. All of the water coming off of there and down the parkway also goes down here, down here, and into the reservoirs at the lower lake. Here's where the challenge is. We're trying to figure out what to do with all this water that's going into the Chase River above the dam. There's one thing that's missing here. Right here is the new reservoir and electric generating station. In years past, what used to happen was water would come in here from extension, it would go into reservoir number 1, would go down here, go through chlorination, and then be piped out for distribution. Now what it does is it comes past reservoir number 1, hence there's no water going into it other than what it comes out of reservoir 2. By the way, these two are connected. Then what happens is it goes directly past. It can't go into reservoir number 1 anymore because it's chlorinated prior to getting here. There's a challenge with that. It doesn't allow you to have any flexibility about what you do in the summertime flow. So then at the new reservoir, the water's chlorinated when it arrives. So one of the things that I found quite odd, Mr. Seward, can you tell me what the capacity of the new reservoir is?
No, I do not know that number.
I thought I heard 5 million gallons.
So,
I don't know.
Councillor McKay, where are we going with this? We're up to, what is it now, 9 minutes, and you've made an interesting presentation, but again, we're going to have to call for the motion pretty soon.
What we need to deal with here, Mr. Chair, is we need to deal with water flow going into the Chase River above the dams, presenting itself to the dam that would cause an overtopping situation. Mm-hmm. If the water doesn't all go in above the dam, for example, right here, along here, if it was to be diverted, instead of everything going into the middle and lower lakes, if it was diverted down past here and entered the Chase below the dam, we wouldn't have to do any overtopping work because the water is going to go past there and enter the Chase River below the dam. I want to make a really important point here. When I talked about Snuneymuxw and the fact that they've not given the mitigation plan the blessing, do they know this where the reservoir is located that's full, and I'm assuming 5 million gallons, full of chlorinated water, what happens if there's a quake? And we all know that our structures are being built now so that they don't fail. They may sustain damage. We've already had to drain that reservoir once. Do you know where the drain is? The drain goes out into an open ditch on the Nanaimo Lake roads and goes directly down into the Chase River at the middle. 5 million gallons. So you have a quake, it's damaged. Everyone says, oh my goodness, we have to do something with the reservoir. We have to draw it down. When we when we drained it recently, we were told that there was an agent that was put into that chlorinated water so that it would neutralize it and it wouldn't go down the river. If those are full and they're raging past, you're not going to be able to do that. So you're going to send up to 5 million gallons of water, chlorinated water, down into the Chase. So I think we need to do some more work there. The other thing is we need to consider chlorinating that water after the reservoir so that if we ever need to draw it down in the event of a civil emergency, we can do so. This is all about water management. We're trying to figure out what happens when all this water comes down and ends up at the top of the dam.
You're up to 11 and a half minutes now, so let's
Well,
wind
we've
it up
had 2 years of it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Give me
Are
a
you gonna
few
come up
minutes
with
to
a-
make my point. My
few
point
minutes?
is we need to look at managing the water so that not all the water goes down and presents itself to the top of this dam and overtops it. One of the things that we could do is if we were to replace that 12-inch valve that's in the lower dam and have an electronic method that watches the levels, and as the level goes up, just like back in the good old days when it was being operated by the water authority, the water board, they used to send a guy out there and manually in the fall start opening the valve. We can do that completely electronically now. It's like your bathtub. There's a reason why there's a drain in there so it doesn't overflow and flood your house. If there's a drain in there that we can open and reopen that and diverting some of the water so that it doesn't go down here into the upper dam, into the lake, that we can divert it down past that, I think that's a pretty simple solution that has not yet even been considered.
Okay, valid.
Thank you.
Councillor Besser.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to thank the delegation, Councillor. If the delegation could please go back to the podium, I have a couple of questions. No, just kidding. I think clearly what Councillor McKay is making reference to is a bypass. So, and inevitably, I just have to make a couple of comments here about what I think to be corrections. Under no uncertain circumstances did I second the motion of Councillor Patchley so that we could get on with it and move this faster, quicker, if you will. If anything, so that we can examine each and every alternative. When we speak to GSI option and the SFN preferring a labyrinth or an overtopping, the GSI option was not on the table. So to suggest that the GSI option was contemplated with the same degree of consideration as the overtopping and the labyrinth option, I believe is inaccurate. The other thing that I want to make reference to, a couple of things that I would like to make reference to, currently our spillway has the ability of a capacity to accept 25% needed to handle a severe storm event. Now, like most of us up here, I'm just pretty much a lay guy. But I would suggest that the spillway that has never been tested with any modeling in a 3D format of what does 25% of the spillway, how much water for how long in a continuum has to spill over the dam in order for the spillway to spill. And then how much of the spillway spill to create this inundation flood zone that's going to create such damage. When we speak to the $2.4 million that we have spent, we had to spend $1.2 million to prove that the first $1.2 million was a waste of time. So when we speak to modeling, in 3D format so that we actually understand how much water is required in this often referred to NOAA event. So when the water table starts to rise in the dam, and remember when we started this was that the water, the rain, and the seismic event had to happen at the same time for this catastrophe to take place. Well, we've proven that one half of the catastrophe isn't going to take place. That's the earthquake could happen, dams are fine, thank you very much. So when the water starts to rise, and to Councillor, the delegation McKay's point, in the old days, if we had a vertical drill go underneath through the dam, and we create with a sensor, so when that thing starts going up, the water table, and a sensor, just like that thing in our toilet, and when it starts to rise, all of a sudden, that valve opens enough so that there's water going out the bottom, bathtub, rain or ground water coming in, and we control it to the best of our ability. And this is a 1 in how many thousand year event that we're making reference to? That's a question, if you could please.
It's that the dams, the failure is not for both events at the same time. It's one or the other. It's never been designed for both.
When we were here in 2012 for the worst case catastrophic event, it was both at the same time.
Well,
and
definitely.
that's when we spoke to the $30+ million solution.
So definitely Golder in this assessment has carried on, and we would ask that question. The technical committee debated at quite some length is, could this both be designed for both happening at the same time? And Golder said no, it's for one or the other.
Thank you. So I, in my opinion, Your Worship, believe that there's a much less expensive solution to this problem that may happen. So when I make reference to the may, the probability and risk, and that has to come into the equation of the economics of probability and risk. We were all sitting up here thinking 150 people were going to perish, and that water 6 feet deep to John Barsby School was going to wipe out John Barsby School, and so on. Our spillway will accept 25% overtopping.
No, it won't accept overtopping. It will accept 25% of the volume of water that would occur, and once that's reached, then it will overtop. So your question earlier on was at what stage? So the 1 in 50-year storm, it will overtop in a very small way. The dam, not the spillway. And
Correct.
Then 1 in 100 and 1 in 200 on up, it will fail in a larger way.
So thank you. That even helps me even more. So you just convinced me that my thinking is right on. When I hear RFPs and RFQs, I think of EOIs. So we're going to go out and spend $180,000 to $400,000 to have Golder do design, build on labyrinths or one of the other options. We just did an EOI about 3 years ago that on a $16.75 million office building. And the expressions of interest were from interested parties who could arrive at a solution, and we didn't have to pick any of them. And I think we had 21 submitted EOIs. And of that, we made that number come down to 6 and then down to 3, and we selected one.
We got to get on to the motion.
You bet. So when I think of alternatives to RFPs and RFQs so that we can allow every interested business that has a solution and a legitimate one, potentially, that we, our technical committee, can review with our professional staff of engineers on staff to decide if an EOI is better than an RFP or an RFQ, I'm all for it. That is my final point, Your Worship.
Okay.
So I'm not in favor, frankly, of doing anything other than a modeling exercise so we know what is going to look like when we have this flood take place.
Okay, could I get the motion read again, because we've gone...
So, Your Worship,
Go ahead.
I'm throwing this out because I think Councillor Bestwick is disagreeing with what I think the motion is, and it's important that if Councillor Bestwick seconded, that you have a debate about the motion. But I think the motion that captures what Councillor Paggio was talking about was to direct staff, 1, to not proceed with the public meeting in September to have Golder explain the technical committee's work and options, and 2, and if you refer to page 34 of the report, of the agenda, which is page 5 of the actual report, but page 34 of the agenda. I think that the motion that Councillor Paggio was asking for is items 1 through 7. And that would form part of the motion, which is request for qualifications, develop specifications, review by dam safety section, peer review, request for proposals, tender the process, and review by dam safety section.
Councillor Paget, is that your... We want you to agree to it. It's your motion, so...
Yeah, no, I agree with all that, provided that includes GSI.
Correct.
And just not deals with the other.
Correct.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, so are we prepared to vote on this now? Okay?
Your Worship, we should clarify if Councillor Bestwick is seconding that motion.
Yeah, are you going to second the motion, or do you want to...
I already have seconded the motion, but now I get to vote on it.
Well, no, but it's been modified, that's all. But you're still comfortable with the modified vote? Motion, rather?
The motion has not been modified and or amended. The motion has been explained by our city manager on page 34 that his inference, he suggests that it includes 1 through 7.
The
So
point
city
I'm
manager
making,
doesn't
Councillor...
get to amend the motion.
Councillor, he did not include 1 through 7. I'm asking you if you are comfortable with that. That's his motion. If you want to agree with that, let's just vote.
I'm comfortable
Good.
with
Question
that
on the
being
motion. All those in... Okay, go ahead. What now?
Can I please have the motion read?
We just have another, once around the park again?
Your Worship, the motion is direct staff to not proceed with the public meeting in September, to have Golder and staff explain the technical committee's work and options. 2, that staff proceed with 1, the request for qualifications. The city would establish a process where qualified design-build contractors with education and experience in the dam-related work would be evaluated to determine if they were qualified to carry out this work as per the city retaining policy. 2, develop specifications. A prescriptive specification would be developed by Golder or others, defining the elements needed in the design-build proposal, including performance specifications and model testing. Core samples and existing spillway and embankment may be required as part of the specification development. This specification would develop referencing the provincial dam safety regulations, Canadian Dam Association standards, FEMA standards, and other applicable standards for dam construction. 3, review by dam safety section. Once the design specifications were developed, they would be reviewed with the dam safety section to confirm all specifications meet established standards for the dam construction. 4, a peer review. The dam safety section is advised that the overtopping design build solutions, other than the roller compacted concrete, do not meet standard engineering practices, and therefore a peer review by an experienced dam engineer firm would be required at the city's cost. New paragraph 5, request for proposals. Those contractors that were qualified to carry out design build remediation would then be invited to provide a design build proposal for the overtopping or the spillway labyrinth options as city tendering policy. 6, tendering process. The city would evaluate the design build proposals received together with an engineering consultant, and then through an evaluation process would select the best design contractor for council's approval. And 7, review by dam safety section. The proposal that was determined to be the best option would be reviewed by the dam safety section to determine if the design build solution, once completed, would allow the provincial permits to be issued for construction.
Now, there was an additional, I understand, where GSI was involved. Was that included in that?
They're open to everyone to apply.
Okay,
It would be included.
fair enough. That's your motion? Okay. Councillor McKay, you
I just have one clarification, if I could. So GSI's proposal and the work they do is proprietary in nature. I'm trying to understand. Not everyone will qualify to do that work. Am I correct?
Yes.
So their work is proprietary. So we couldn't get 10 tenderers to do the work they do.
What the proposal as read out would be other people could come forward with other forms of overtopping solutions that could provide other solutions to this using concrete, using other materials, and then council could evaluate which is the best of those.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, they had, Councillor Bessick, did you have something too?
Well, Your Worship, I'm certainly glad that that was clarified as the intended motion. I understood that the motion was to not have the September 15th to the 19th public meeting. And quite frankly, options 1 and 2 don't even include, as far as I can understand, the staff's recommendation to proceed with all 7 of those items following the public information meeting, return to council with a report outlining the next steps. Return with a report outlining the next steps. We've already defined what they are with this motion, as I understand it. That being said, I won't be supporting it.
Okay. There was, I don't know whether Mr. Bullock has any comments you'd like to make. We see you nervously moving over there. If you'd like to come down, sir.
No mind, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity. Sorry, what's that?
You're having fun, yeah?
Yeah, it's interesting to see all this develop. I guess I should have brought my notes, but I guess a couple things I'm seeing here is just, I don't think it has to be so complicated. I mean, we do RFP and EOIs and everything else all the time. I just cringe just knowing I used to be an owner. I'm a public citizen. I'm an engineer. I used to be a consultant. I'm now on the contracting side. And honestly, this is not. Thank you. This doesn't have to be so complicated. The design criteria has now been released. So there was a comment there that we needed to set the standard, and I was reluctant to give numbers because what I was working off of was hearsay. Those reports have since been released. So those reports now say that there will be 1.1 meters of overtopping for a duration of 6 hours. I can take that and I can put numbers to that and I can give you a solution to that right now. And actually those numbers I've given you will suffice for that. So we're already there. Like it's not that complicated, and it's who's driving the horse, like who, is it the horse or the cart first? And consultants have a need for billable hours, and what I'm seeing here is a bit of a challenge. And all of my conversations with the Dam Association, with the Dam Safety of British Columbia, is that it comes down to the owner and their conversation, and it's where you guys can meet in the middle. We're getting this thing cloudied when you start bringing in like the CDA, the Canadian Dam Association, and you start bringing in such things as FEMA. Those are guidelines. That's what I was saying. They have a guideline that wouldn't it be wonderful if it was built on bedrock? Of course, we all agree on that. The reality is, can you meet the engineering standards in a very, like this is your criteria. You have a dam that has an erosion issue. Now you just have to identify what that issue is and let the solutions come, and then you pick it. But to have all of this criteria where you have we're going to bring in the world's best, no doubt. But if you start doing something like the concrete, the reinforcement, folks like Windley here in town are going to be thrilled for that job, and so they should. But have they done dams? No. Are they qualified? Absolutely. They're an excellent firm. But so just be careful careful how this gets worded. If you want this as simple as can be, you just simply state it in like 3 sentences. We have an overtopping issue, and by the way, it's going to overtop for 1.1 meters for 6 hours. Then let guys like me play with that and give you a solution. And it can be as simple as that, and we do it all the time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bullock. Appreciate
Your
the
Worship.
clarification. Now, just
I suspect council will suspend the debate on this, having a delegation, but I think as staff, one of the things and why we're only recommending to have a public meeting is for the very reason that you don't understand what Golder did and what Golder was recommending. And if you're more confident with the engineer that comes to the podium and says, I've got a solution for you, then I think you should just award the contract. Otherwise, I think you need to do your due diligence and go down the process of being sure that you cover off the right things when you're actually tendering.
Well, let's just deal first of all with the motion that's on the floor. And I don't, does anyone have a problem? I don't think we want to read the motion for the 18th time. So, Councillor McKay, did you have a question on the motion? I'm afraid to ask.
Statement.
Oh, okay. Let's just vote. Well, can we just vote and then you can deal with your statement, or do you want to deal with it beforehand? Okay. On the motion, everyone understands that all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Bestwick and Councillor McKay opposed. Balanced council in favor. The motion passes. So we now move on to the update on the Landsville Water Agreement. And because I am deemed I'm in conflict, I will now turn over to our acting mayor, Councillor McKay. Well, you were. You've got your own stuff. I'll move mine out of here.
Holy moly, was that fun? Okay. Again? Yes, yes. I gotta get the green sheets, man. Should we just wait a moment till we clear the gallery? We'd like to move along, folks, if we can. Excuse me in the gallery. We'd like to move along. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item is 8B under Corporate Services, the update on the Landsville Water Agreement. And the purpose is to seek council's approval for changes made to the Landsville Water Agreement, Water Supply Agreement since 2014, Feb 24. And we have a delegation, and Mr. Jim Taylor, President of the Nanaimo Ratepayers Association.
Thank you,
Mr.
This
Taylor.
is going to be a 3-bag popcorn night. So, Acting Mayor, City Council, I have a few questions about this Landsville Water Agreement. I've read through the report that's in tonight's agenda, but there's a few questions that I just don't think are answered. So my understanding is that a water connection fee of $5,912.26 was adopted in 2008, and it was to be reviewed every 3 years with all of the other DCC charges. I'm told that this fee is actually less than what was really recommended for a water connection fee, and is actually about 20%. The actual number is 20% higher than what this $5,900 fee is. So the reduction came about as a result of some pushback, I think, from the development community that thought the higher water connection fee would be injurious to their business. So since this fee is actually less than the real cost of a water connection, and by now should have been reviewed 2 times, if it was established in 2008, should have been reviewed every 3 years, it seems to me that it's kind of overly generous to be offering the residents of Landsville this reduced fee through to the year 2019 or 2020. Whether Landsville should enjoy the same benefits that the Nanaimo development community is a conversation that perhaps we should have. If the $5,912.26 fee is not the true cost of a water connection, it means that all Nanaimo taxpayers are subsidizing every water connection that's made. It would seem that we should establish a water connection fee that truly reflects the real cost of the connection, and that cost actually be borne by the new users that are connecting to the system and not having to be paid for by all of the other existing taxpayers by form of a subsidy. On the matter of what rates will be charged for the water, the reference in the agreement points to the Waterworks Rates Regulation Bylaw, and according to the rate schedule in that document, fees seem to range from $1.09 per 1,000 gallons to a high of $5.86 for 1,000 gallons. What these rates really mean and how they're applied is a bit of a mystery to me, because when I checked my own most recent user fees, it looked like I'm paying $7.46 for 1,000 gallons of water. So, and also another question is, in this agreement, are the Lantzville rates going to automatically go up by 5% every year, the same as the Nanaimo water rates are already scheduled to go up? And does anyone know what it is we're actually going to be charging Lantzville for their water, and how it compares to what the rates are going to be charged for a current Nanaimo user? And I hope that this council will give serious consideration to seeing that Lantzville's connection fee will be tied to whatever the prevailing fee is in the city of Nanaimo after we've established a revised fee. Because as it stands right now, if I've read this agreement right, we're going to guarantee this $5,912 connection fee for up to, it could be as long as the year 2020. And at the same time, Nanaimo's connection fees conceivably could have gone up if we review them and decide that they're not as high as they should be. So, on the matter of what we're actually going to be charging Lantzville, I don't think it's really clear, but I don't think it should be anything, they shouldn't be paying anything less than what a typical Nanaimo resident is currently paying. And just in closing, I hope that these are a few concerns that this council feels have been adequately addressed before we enter into this 40-year agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. We have one speaker here, Mr. Councillor Pache.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Mr. Clements, could you comment on the numbers that Mr. Taylor is talking about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there was actually a number of different issues raised here, and I'll see if I can clarify them for council. There's a number of issues related to what we charge Lantzville for water. There are a number of different varieties of property within Lantzville that have slightly different status. So there's properties that currently exist in Lantzville, and what we were trying to do in developing this agreement was come to a mutually agreeable amount of what we could charge Lantzville as a buy-in fee to recognize the value of the system that they're currently buying into. We had a lot of discussions, and this goes back many years, about how we would value the existing water system, and we couldn't agree on what we should charge them for the value of the water system that's in place. What we ultimately agreed to do is to use the DCC charge that was in place at the time as a proxy for what the value of the existing system is. That's a bit of a leap because DCCs are really a forward-looking charge. They're really to pay for future development, what we're going to pay for a system in the future. But what we chose to do was use the DCC because A, that's something we could agree on between the two municipalities, and B, what it meant was that anybody who existed in Lantzville now would be paying the same amount as somebody in Nanaimo who was paying to hook up to the system. So yes, we use $5,912, and yes, it represents 75% of the total water supply fee, but really for the, 436 properties that are existing in Lantzville, it was really intended to value the system that's in place. For new properties, the 50 per year that the system contemplates being added to in the future, what we've done is we've said that they will pay the same as the DCC for Nanaimo's water supply that's in place at the time they connect. So they will be paying the same amount as somebody from the city of Nanaimo. The other thing that the delegation raised was the question about what will the citizens of Lantzville pay for the water that they consume. And what the agreement says is they'll pay the same as a city of Nanaimo user. But we'll be charging the district of Lantzville at the border, and they will essentially, what they will pay is the highest consumption rate that the city of Nanaimo user would pay. So essentially, the way I think of it is I think of them as a bare land strata, that like in the city, and there's a meter at the border, and we charge them for that water. Now, when the consumers in Lantzville pay for their water, I suspect they're going to pay more, but that's entirely up to the district of Lantzville because there will be costs within the Lantzville distribution system as well that they're going to have to recover. So they will likely end up paying more. One of the principles of the agreement that we had in place is that as the city of Nanaimo, we believe that they should never pay less than what a citizen in Nanaimo pays for the same water that we supply.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I don't have any actual question for Mr. Taylor, so I will defer if anybody has a question for the delegation.
Thank you. Was there something further that you wished, Councillor Bestwick?
Delegations, similar to when the meeting opened this evening, I would like to move, Mr. Acting Mayor, that we table this item until the September 8th council meeting, when all of council can be in attendance based on the significant changes related to the timing of the financial benefits to Nanaimo. And if I have a seconder, I'll speak to that.
Well, I'll second it.
Thank you.
Get it on the floor.
Well, we need to absolutely care for our, inside our urban containment boundary, first and foremost. And when we have had two opportunities to do DCC reviews and we haven't, and given the fact that the $5,912 is about a 20+% subsidy to the taxpayers of the city of Nanaimo, subsidizing connection fees in a community outside of the city of Nanaimo, when we in fact have been informed that our water supply within 8 to 10 to 12 years is in peril. I am not convinced that Lantzville has a water supply issue. I am not convinced that this has been taken to the community of Lantzville and its residents. I am concerned that the 436 units times the $2,000+ that we're subsidizing equates to approximately $1 million of City of Nanaimo subsidy. If we choose to provide 1.2% of what our annual tax increase is with that subsidy, or give or take, I think we're making a terrible business decision. So this is not a good business decision for the city of Nanaimo to provide a $5,912 connection fee. And furthermore, if they choose, Lantzville that is, not to connect for 1, 2, 3, or 4 years, it's 5 years from the time of their connection. So if they have enough water supply for Lower Lantzville, which my research suggests that they do, we've just going through a terrible dry spell, and there's been no reported to Lantzville situations of wells being dry. And if they are, I would suggest that they would truck in and pour water into their well so that they can continue to use it. But there isn't. So I don't think that this is a good business deal for Nanaimo. I don't think that we need to be concerning ourselves with what was referenced some 6 years ago in campaigning, urban sprawl, that we don't have any control over. We have no control over this agreement once we sign it. They do. We don't. We've invested into this infrastructure and continue to add 1% on an annual basis, compounding for our asset infrastructure. So I think this is not a good deal for the city of Nanaimo, and I won't be supporting the new agreement. Thank you.
Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like some clarification from Mr. Clements, if I could, please. I understand, and everything I've read on the agreement doesn't include any subsidy on our part for the city of Lantzville. In fact, they are to be keeping their wells maintained. When we sat down council to council with the Lantzville City Council, indeed, they did have a water problem. indeed their wells were contaminated. And I'd just like some comment from Mr. Clements, if I could, please.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's true that the $5,900 was established several years ago between the two councils as a recognition of what the value would be of the city's existing infrastructure. I think it's fairly important not to, even though it's the same number as our DCC, if I were to do this all over again, I would have chosen a different number. I would have called it $6,000 or something, just to make it different when we're talking about it. But for the existing properties, and there are, as I understand it, 225 properties in Upper Landsville that are currently on community water. What the agreement says is that within 30 days of Landsville's connection to the water system, they would pay us about $1.3 million, which is equal to 225 times the roughly $5,900. There are 211 properties on private wells, and as council may recall, they had some challenges with contamination in those wells. At least that's what we're led to understand. And they have also been fixed for about 5 years at $5,912 as a connection fee to the existing system. And it would probably take them several years before they ever were able to connect to the system. So I can't really comment on whether or not it's a subsidy. What I can tell you is that that's the negotiated amount that we came to from council to council as to the recognition of the value of the city's existing infrastructure. All future connections will be at the current, whatever the current DCC rate is.
A follow-up, if I could, Mr. Chairman. For me, one of the most important considerations in signing this agreement or going forward with this agreement is the fact that Landsville will support Nanaimo in accessing future water supply. And I think that that will go a long way with our negotiations with government in the future. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I echo Councillor Johnson's comments about all her various comments that you heard. You know, Nanaimo has about 35,000 residences and plus other industries and so forth that use a lot of water. And Landsville's water usage would be totally insignificant as far as that goes compared to the Nanaimo residences. I'm glad that Mr. Clemens has sort of clarified this when Councillor Bestwick brought up about the subsidization. You know, some say tomato and some say tomato. So it's how you look at it. And they're going to give us $1.3 million. I'm fine with that. So I certainly will vote for staff's recommendation. I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. To Mr. Ferrero, we do have a motion on the floor right now, which is to hold this in abeyance until the balance of council is present. Am I correct?
Acting Mayor McKay, yes, it was moved and second. The council postpone consideration of the Landsville Water Agreement until for clarification at September 8th meeting. Is that what Councillor Bestwick referred to? So that's the motion that has been. It's on the floor and seconded.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry I spoke out of turn with what I was going to support and not support, but okay. I would not support Councillor Bestwick's motion.
So if we were to, at this point, we'll vote on the motion on the floor, failing any other discussions. The motion on the floor. All those in favor?
Is that Councillor Bestwick?
Correct. Councillor Bestwick motion. Those opposed? Let the record show that Councillors Pache, Johnstone, and Greaves opposed. So now we need to get someone to bring the staff recommendation to the floor.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded, and the recommendation being that Council approve the revised water agreement with the District of Landsville and direct staff to forward it to Landsville for approval. Seeing no speakers, all those in favor? Opposed? Let the record show that Councillor Bestwick and McKay oppose. And we can call in the Mayor, if we could. And while he's coming in, I'll just bring up the next item, which is C, proposed lane closure and sale adjacent to 10 and 29 Front Street, or probably 28 Front Street. And this is to be introduced by Mr. Dale Lindsay, who's sporting a very suave playoff beard, but doesn't know there's no playoffs happening right now.
Worship. I'm here this evening to introduce actually the next three items on your agenda. Items C, D, and E. You have three reports, but they all relate to one development, and that is the proposed, what's being referred to as the Hilton Hotel at 10 and 28 Front Street. So I just wanted to take a few minutes and just quickly walk through the three different reports and talk a little bit about how they relate to each other and the development of the site. Item C, of course, is the lane closure. D, the rezoning of the lands, and ultimately a lease of a portion of the adjacent parkland. In terms of the lane closure itself, there's a piece of unconstructed laneway that was dedicated, I believe, in about the 1930s. The lane itself, it borders the subject properties to the north and the east, and it's approximately 390 square meters in area. This is the subject property as it's seen today. This is looking from Georgia Park, looking south at the property with the Cape development in the background. The lane that was shown on the previous plan and the lane that we're talking about selling is entirely within that fenced-in area. When the last project was proposed at that time, construction of the lane included walkways and other pedestrian features around the site. So at the time of the site clearing and excavation, some of that area was impacted, and as a result, for safety, it was fenced a number of years ago. So all of the area that we're talking about in terms of selling the lane is not currently being used as park space or as accessible by the public, but is in fact behind the fence that we see here. As I mentioned, the lane is just under 390 square meters in area. There was an independent third-party appraisal that was done, paid for by the applicant, to put a value at the lands of $475,000. The appraisal was reviewed by our real estate department, who supports the findings. Now, specifically with respect to the lane, what we're asking this evening is that Council consider authorizing the sale, consider first and second reading to the road closure bylaw, and finally direct staff to proceed with the public notification. The next item on your agenda, item D, deals with the actual rezoning of these lands, assuming that the lane has been sold and consolidated with the subject properties of 10 and 28 Front Street. 10 Front Street, some council may recall that this was the site of a previous rezoning for a high-rise tower a number of years ago. 28 Front Street is the site of the former Tom Brown's Automotive. The combined site areas with the proposed lane closure at just under 2,900 square meters. Your Worship, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about the actual design on your agenda this evening. John Stiles is here from Stantec on behalf of the applicants, and he's able to talk more about the proposal itself. I'm just giving you a quick overview of the actual amendments. In this case, the application is requesting for an amendment, site-specific amendment to both the density, as expressed through the floor area ratio, and the height of the building. So the existing density on the 10 Front Street, this is the site that I said was the subject of a previous rezoning application for a 25-story tower a number of years ago, was 6.4. And the height was 74.5 meters. The neighboring 38 Front Street, this is a Tom Brown Automotive site, has a lower density at 2.3 with a maximum height around 20 meters, which is about 6 stories. The proposed development is to increase the entire site, including, again, the lane, to an FAR of 12 and a maximum height of 114.3 meters, which would allow for a 32-story tower when measured from Front Street. There are a number of items that staff are recommending be secured as a condition of the rezoning. One is a pedestrian connection, and this is a connection from Front Street through the development, allowing people to access down onto the waterfront. We're recommending that approximately 20 covered bike parking stalls be provided within the building. There are some roadworks that we're recommending be secured. Our building bylaw would normally require works to the center line of the road. In this case, the traffic study has actually identified improvements that are beyond the frontage of the property and on the opposite side of the road, so we're recommending those be secured. We're recommending that the lot consolidation of the properties that I talked about and the lane be completed as a condition. We're looking for some road dedication on Front Street to allow for the widening of the existing sidewalk. And finally, we're recommending the proposed community contribution be secured. I'm going to talk a little bit more detail about the community contribution itself. Maybe just as a bit of a background, as council's aware, staff specifically in the Parks, Rec and Environment Department are currently working on a park planning process for the Maffeo Sutton and Georgia Park lands. It's been ongoing, and there's anticipated to be some public input sessions this fall. There's definitely some opportunities here, we believe, for some synergy between that process and the improvements and this development as it relates to the park area. The map here outlines how we see this proceeding. There's a number of improvements within what are identified as Area A. Those include lands within the park. So there'd be infrastructure improvements there that would be completed by the development, and those would include such things as walkways. There's a water feature, a grand staircase which provides access to the seawall. Outside of that area, Area B, is this area that I've referred to where there's ongoing park planning process, and the applicants are proposing a $1.187 million contribution towards that. So as I mentioned, that park process will continue. It'll ultimately be brought forward to council for consideration, and those monies will be available to put towards the final proposal, whatever that may be. From staff's perspective, we think that this is a good opportunity to work together, given we have this process going not only in terms of planning, but also in terms of just the logistics of actually physically getting the work done. And ideally, we'd like to see the work on the waterfront tied to the construction time for the hotel itself. The final item on your agenda, that I'm speaking to, is the lease of a portion of the park. And there's areas of the existing park that the applicants are proposing to use for patios, landscape features, including a water feature, this grand staircase that I mentioned, which provides access, and a loading area which provide turnaround for their trucks. All of the areas are intended to remain open and available for public access. This plan here shows in a little more detail the lease areas that are being suggested. I've simply colored them just for discussion purposes, but the area in red is the area that would be used for loading, and that area is about 225 square meters. The area that's in looks like green on the screen, but blue. It's actually, this is the area I was talking about where there'd be landscape features, where there's opportunities for pedestrian connections, the stairway providing access down to the waterfront. So very much an area where the public would be invited. And that area is about 700 square meters. So the total lease area is just over 900 square meters. Now, in terms of the process with the lease, this evening we're seeking council's approval in principle. If council provides approval in principle, staff will return to an upcoming council meeting following the adoption of the zoning bylaw. So I want to make this clear. It would be after any zoning bylaw was adopted. Because we're talking about lease of an existing park for non-park uses, there is a requirement for approval of the elector. So the report that staff would bring back would be a draft lease, but also recommending how we would deal with the requirements, and likely we'd be recommending at that time we look for the alternative approval process to allow for the lease to proceed. Now, just in terms of overall timing and how these three items interrelate, the lane closure and rezoning can run concurrently and proceed, and again, the lease would only proceed if the zoning bylaw was finally adopted. And Your Worship, that's the end of the presentation. I'm certainly happy to take any questions that council may have.
Okay, very interesting indeed. Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. The concept is exciting, and it has a huge tourism potential for sure. My one concern is the park area that's intended to be utilized by the hotel. Would that be accessible to the public?
That's correct, Your Worship. Our intention would be to have all of those lease areas remain open. The majority of the area that's outlined here in the map before you in blue are public walkways, landscape features, stairways, all of which would simply allow for pedestrians moving through the site across the front of the building, giving them access to the commercial uses that are proposed along the boundary and edge of the parkland.
Sorry, you have a question?
Well, it seems, I know when you travel and you have hotels of this magnitude, oftentimes these areas are not accessible for public use. In fact, you're banned from using them. And there's going to be patios and tables and that type of thing, and umbrellas. I'm not quite sure how that would become a public amenity, but I'll be interested to hear more about it as we proceed.
Certainly, Your Worship, there may be areas where, for example, there'd be seating associated with a restaurant, so there'd be patio seating, but the majority of the lease area is proposed to allow for simply access along the front of the development and giving the opportunity for people to connect down to our waterfront walkway.
Thank you.
And just to maybe expand a little on that, the lease situation, because I think it'll be somewhat of a sensitive thing, but the property still will remain in the name of the city and will be the owner of record for that property. And the terms of the lease, has that been discussed yet, or how far have we got along with the discussions on the term?
If council supports approval in principle, we'd probably be looking at a long-term lease. We'd bring back those details in the draft, but we'd certainly be looking at, if we had support this evening, going forward with the next step, which would be getting an appraisal done so we could inform council as to what we think the revenue would be from that lease.
I know that there will be, and I think Councillor Johnson touched on it too, that a certain amount of pushback from the community, and any time a public park is utilized by free enterprise or public businesses rather, it always puts a bit of fear into them that the property will disappear. But I think there is some protection in place for the taxpayers in Nanaimo, and that this is city-owned land that will stay city-owned land. Councillor Johnson, did you have something more?
No, thank you, Your
Councillor Greaves.
Your Worship, I know we were entertaining to staff, we were entertaining a lease at Bowen Park, I think, with the science people, if I'm not mistaken. Is there any other examples of leases, park leases, to anybody else? Can you think? Oh, curling club.
Sorry, go ahead.
Your Worship, we have a number of leases. Bevan Park, for example, is a parking lot that's leased to the Bevan Plaza commercial development. Of course, the golf course lease, which is at Bevan Park also. Within our facilities, we have a number of leases for commercial ventures, be it the health units or health at Nanaimo Aquatic Center, including some of our concessionaires. Those are all leases.
So, but yeah.
Your Worship, I just wanted to clarify. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that those dispositions of property where with those parks where they're not a dedicated park by bylaw are different, just a different process. So although we have those leases, it's a different process. Process for dedicated parks like Pipers or like this park require an AAP or other alternative approval process, like a referendum.
That's what I was thinking of more, but I see the other leases as well. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Pecci.
Thank you, Worship. To staff as well. If we can just go back to this portion, the drawing you have with the red section that refers to the loading area.
This image here?
That one, yeah. Well, I have to tell you, I have a huge problem with the leasing of parkland. I really am kind of surprised, and I'll need to ask the delegation when he gets here, why this was not something that was brought up at the Advisory Planning Committee meeting of the 20th of May. Absolutely no word about it. So it came on as a surprise to me on Thursday when I saw this. The loading area is about twice the size of what we discussed at the APC meeting. In fact, I remember distinctly there were questions asked at that point about how this would work and how many deliveries there might be. And I remember distinctly that we were told that it would be a combination of a lookout platform and a loading dock. And I remember distinctly also that to me at that time looked seemed like an odd combination. And so now I see this this extra piece that is taken out of Georgia Park for loading purposes. And, I have to tell you, I'm unhappy about it. The other problem I have is that if we give up any control of public parks for a private enterprise such as this one, we really, I believe, lose control over that section, no matter how flowery the wording is, because it will be for hotel purposes and not for public purposes. And I really have a huge problem with that. It reminds me of the time when a few councils back, 2.4 acres of Maffeo Sutton were made as part of a deal to build 2 condo towers in order to get a conference center going. And luckily, we were able to undo that, and now we have this. So my question to you, Mr. Lindsay, is this the only way that we can deal with Parkland? Is there not a compromise of some sort that does not require us to do a lease, that lets us be the appropriate owners of this land, but yet maybe find ourselves in some sort of co-management with the hotel? To give up public spaces is a really serious issue. It sets a precedent, and again, I'm having trouble with it. So my other question would also be: is there not, if you look north of that red square that you have there, so that green line that goes up, that's the unnamed lane portion? That goes right on from the top of that?
Your Worship, it's very difficult to see on that image, but the currently the unbuilt lane, I don't know who has the pointer, is just to the right. If you look just to the right of the red if you're just to the right there's a very faint line right there. So that's the lane. Gotcha. So if you extended that through the building, that would give you a sense of where the existing lane is. Mm-hmm. So all of the lease areas, proposed lease areas, are to the north of the existing lane.
I'm fine with the lane. I'm also okay with the height, although I have a question for the proponent when he gets here on that score. So my question still is, are there no other options for us to keep this and yet have the hotel what they need to operate? That's number one. The other question I have, Mr. Lindsay, is I can already smell an AAP, an alternate approval process, and I will never vote for that. I'm sorry, I can't. It is that is just anathema to me as far as true democracy is concerned. It's too important an issue. And so, full-blown referendum, you can tag it on to the November 15 election if you like, but an AAP, I cannot vote for under these circumstances. So anyhow, that's my concern.
So I can try to at least answer the first question in terms of are there other opportunities, Your Worship. Certainly there's other opportunities to redesign a site. This is only in the planning stage. It's a concept. It would require obviously a fairly significant redesign of the submission that's seen here, but yes, it could be directed to redesign the project so that it did not impact any park area.
Okay. The one thing that I feel little, maybe it's not so fair, and I appreciate the fact that a park is a park is a park. Having said that, the reality is that there are some challenges with that particular park because of the grade involved, which is extremely steep. And I'm not sure that, when you compare those proposed towers there in Maffeo Sutton Park, which was something that I couldn't support, but I think this park really, because of the grade and topography involved, really doesn't get the utilization that it might otherwise have. I'm not saying it isn't a serious problem and one that I know there'll be resistance to, but I don't know that the public was really able to fully utilize much of that park because of the grade. In any event, we've other questions too. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to just talk for just a second about a comment that Councillor Pacha made that the disposal of this little bit of park space without, by alternative approval process would be a crime. Yet, how much are we talking about here?
The total area is about 900 square meters.
900 square meters, and we need to go to a full-blown referendum for 900 and some odd meters, and yet we can purchase. We can make a $9 million purchase for lands up in Lindley Valley with no referendum? I think that we're being a wee bit hypocritical, aren't we?
I don't think so.
Oh, of course not. Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Worship. It behooves me not to respond that I'm not convinced that our purchase was $9 million. I think that that's an exaggeration, but nonetheless. Mr. Lindsay, could you please just explain to me, you showed a picture of where the fence and the bushes and things were, where in relation that would be to the design that's there. Mm-hmm. And I'm not sure how you can explain to me on the screen that we were just on, where the green area is sort of relative to that from a visual perspective for my benefit and maybe others.
So I'll give it a shot here. So the fence line you see on the left side, which runs parallel to the waterfront walkway, which is just outside of the image here, that defines approximately the edge of the existing lane. So what we're talking about in terms of the lease area would be in front of that fence that you see. The other fence that runs up and connects up to Front Street, the lane is also behind that fence, but also is a significant portion of the lease area that we're talking about is actually currently behind that fence until you get up to the very top, and the loading area would project out past that fence boundary.
So coming north, so to speak.
That's correct.
Can you give me an idea of how far north we would come off that fence line?
Sorry, Mr. Lindsay, do you want to pull the microphone a little bit closer to you? That would be appreciated. Yeah, thanks.
I've walked it, but I just wanted to get some clarification from you.
I'd have to get you the exact number. My estimate would be about 25 meters, just looking at the drawing.
25 meters north of the fence running east and west?
Maybe slightly less, Your Worship. I'd just be guessing based on the design. I don't have a number in front of me, but I'd guess somewhere about 40 feet approximately off that fence line.
Thank you.
Yeah, you know, for me at least, it might have been an advantage, I think, if staff had been able to provide us with kind of an overview of where that lane would take place. I know you're explaining inside the fence and outside the fence and all that good stuff, but it is a little harder to visualize when you look at it from this angle. And you know, I know it's a very challenging thing for a lot of us because of the park, encroachment. And I think something more than what we've got would have been advantageous to help with the decision. Councillor Greaves, you're on.
Thank you, Worship. Well, we're not selling the property.
Correct.
We're leasing it. And my comments basically that, you know, we're getting $1.87 million towards the park. And, you know, we're always looking for partners. And we're always looking for improving parks. And I do know that area as well, quite well. And it's not the greatest area. And it can be improved a great deal. It's not very usable now. So, if I understand correctly, the public will be able to use it. So we're not preventing them from using it, and there's not going to be a structure put on that. It's going to be park. So I don't really have much of an issue with that. Thank you, Worship.
Okay, and maybe we could ask, that's an excellent point. I mean, just for clarification, the area that they're looking at leasing, which is part of the park, there'll be no structures whatsoever put on that. It'll simply be access. Is that correct?
Your Worship, maybe
I'll
flip back to the image just so I can speak to it. So in the area, the blue here, it'll be primarily seating, pedestrian access, landscaping features, including a water feature and a stairway providing access down to the waterfront. In the area in red, there's no structures, but it would be hard surfaced and allow for the loading area.
Yeah. It just, once again, with respect, it would have been perhaps a lot easier to sell if we had in that blue, it's here sort of a bluey green on ours, to maybe an artist's conception of what might go there would have made it a bit easier for the public to understand. But that said, I just don't think that there's a great utilization of the property. presently, as Councillor Greaves pointed out, and I'm certainly supportive in principle. So, I think at this point now, we do have a delegation, and Mr. Steele, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, welcome, sir.
Page 75 could help. Your Worship, members of Council, my name is John Style. I'm a planner with Stantec Consulting. I'm the applicant for the rezoning, but since they're all tied together, I'll try and answer the questions related to the whole project. I just wanted to make a few key points and then be available to answer your questions. The first thing I wanted to talk about was, and it doesn't come across in the reports, but we've had a reasonably extensive public consultation program. We started off with some stakeholder discussions, with meetings with a lot of the groups, the neighborhood associations, downtown business groups, the Economic Development Corporation, Chamber of Commerce, adjacent property owners, the Hospitality Association, and so on. We signed the site, and we had some phone calls in response to that as well. But we had a very well advertised and well attended public meeting on May 13th at the Convention Center here. 210 people attended, and I must say I was quite astounded at the positive reception we got at that. Of all of the times I've had public meetings, I've never had such a positive reception for a development proposal as happened there. So I think there was strong support for the project in terms of its design and iconic first-class building, about the improvements, the amenities, and particularly an issue that we haven't brought up here is that the hotel is designed, and when we talk about that leased space on the water side, that's connected to a grand staircase, which is going to be covenanted all the way through the hotel so that there's access through the hotel for the public to get to Front Street and back. So really what we're doing, and with the contributions to the park construction, design, etc., is really increasing access and usability for that whole area. Just some comments, because I think it's important too that on this, just to give you some comments from the feedback forms we got at the public meeting. And I'll just quote a few here. There's pages of them, but I just picked out a few. The waterfront amenities it offers, this is what people like. This elevates downtown Nanaimo waterfront to make it a focal point for the community. I like the landscaping concept, the possibility of restaurants and shops to serve waterfront walkers and the expanded walkway. Beautiful landmark to Nanaimo, accessible walkway to Front Street. Wow. Retail space developed, which will add vibrancy. The proposed building is stunning, will be a true landmark on the waterfront, etc. Will be a great economic driver for the city. So there's been a tremendous amount of positive feedback from the community. Not everybody's in favor, and that's going to be any development proposal, but I was just amazed at the positive response. Secondly, the point I want to make is that we've done a full range of studies. There's been a lot of work done on this in terms of geotechnical, the sun shadow studies, building massing, traffic impact, the environmental sign-off, servicing utilities, etc. Third, I'd like to make the point that this is consistent with all of the city's policies in terms of the official community plan, the downtown plan, and so on. It's already zoned for high-rise. The brown auto body, where it's above that site is only going to be 6 stories, is zoned for 6 stories. So there's not a real radical change here. Fourth, we have been working fairly closely with the staff. There's been a lot of discussions about all of these issues that Mr. Lindsay outlined, about land lease, about park design. Some of these are not all entirely nailed down yet because we're still at a conceptual stage, and we have these processes to go through where if you approve it, that's the next step, is we can detail these out and come to agreement and address all those issues. But I guess one of the things I should maybe address is this notion about the use of the public space adjacent. We have, waterfront land here is pretty limited. There's not a lot of sites where you could build a hotel like this that's going to really create something for Nanaimo. So that we do want to maximize the development on the site. It is an awkward site in terms of the slope and getting loading vehicles there. It's been included from our original concepts. We showed it at the public meeting. It was on the plans that we showed at the APC to have this loading area. And we've always perceived it as a joint use kind of area because it'll be hard surfaced. We've talked about incorporating as one of the walls of it or a feature, some of the heritage feature from the Brown building and so on. So we're turning it into something. We prefer to call it kind of like the mixed use loading public plaza. Because if there's not really going to be that many trucks, vehicles loading there, and we really need to bring them in on that side because of the slope and not having loading on Front Street. I think that would be a huge mistake. So we conceive it as a space that will only be used occasionally, something that we can work out. I'm just walking over here tonight. I walked past the Bastion. They don't even have a loading space. So, there's... From a hotel standpoint, it's not the huge trucks. There's not a great number of them. And I think it's obvious, that there is this very issue about public space, private ownership, and so on. I realize the sensitivities there, but I can see lots of examples. I live in Vancouver. I had friends in from Vernon, some tourists the other day, and they called me and said, "Can you meet me at the Cactus Club? This is a great patio on City of Vancouver parkland." And we went down there. I met them at, 10, maybe 11. And we had a really pleasant evening. And we were there were people walking on the seawall, etc. The beach was empty. I mean, it's different uses for different people. And these are some of the things we have to think about in creating a vibrant, active city that's going to be used at all times. So, I understand the sensitivity, but I think we have to look at the other side and see the benefits that are going to come from that. So really what we're asking for now is your approval, move ahead to scheduling the public hearing. We'll certainly we can have more detailed drawings of the landscaping. We didn't bring any tonight because we were sort of intending on talking more at this conceptual issue, but we'll certainly come forward at the public hearing with those. Your approval of the other two items in principle will allow us to continue on dealing with Mr. Lindsay and the other staff in coming up with an agreement that's going to work for the city and work for the project. So if you have any questions, I'm certainly prepared to try and answer them. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. We have Councillor Patchy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Steele. I have about 7 questions, but I'll do them quick. When you appeared on May the 20th at the Advisory Planning Committee, you were asked if you had conversations with NOCA, that's the Nanaimo Old City Quarter Association, about, they had some worries about sidelines. Have you had that conversation?
We've had conversations with a lot of the neighborhood associations. I can't remember the particular individual, but we did talk about it at our public meetings with various people. We've talked about it with staff, and what we've gone back to is the downtown plan, which identifies the view corridors. I've driven up and down all of the streets above the site, and really there is no impact on view corridors.
So you've not had that conversation that you were going to have?
I don't have my notes about who exactly I referred to.
I checked today, so they were there. Suppose this goes ahead. You know, we also talked at the APC meeting about the friendliness or pedestrian unfriendliness of Front Street. And we talked about Pacifica next door. We talked about how a loading dock would affect that particular aspect, and now I see it going further north than what you presented at APC. Don't you think that would exacerbate?
No, I think, just let me clarify. The loading dock has always been in the location that was shown in the drawings tonight. It's been shifted around a bit because once we did that conceptual design, we've had some further work done with our traffic engineers that have, looked at truck radiuses in a little more detail in order to refine the boundaries of that and to minimize it. I think we are very cognizant of wanting to improve the pedestrian environment on Front Street. I mean, the plans are, and that when we get to the development permit stage, we have the advisory letter already from staff about how to address that with trees, the widths of the sidewalks, and all of those types of things.
Okay. Next question would deal with parking. I remember that you were asked about parking in the same minutes of that APC meeting. I think someone talked about valet parking and purchasing a lot somewhere. We have the downtown plan, we have a transportation plan, and paving a parking lot is not part of it anywhere. So I know you believe that most of your guests would come with other modes of transportation and might not need.
Sorry, I missed that last phrase.
I understand that you believe that most of your guests would come from different transportation modes and would not come by car.
We've never said that. I think there's going to be a variety. We certainly believe in alternative transportation, and in discussions with staff, the requirements from them have certainly been to beef up bicycle parking requirements, etc. We're expecting people to walk, a lot of people to use the amenities from the waterfront, because of the nature of the projected tourist base, we expect a lot will be flying to Nanaimo and busing. We do expect that there will be a certain number of cars, people driving there. That's part of the parcel, to make it work. Reminding myself that the zoning bylaw requires no parking in this area. We have provided underground parking as much as we can on this slope difficult site. The intention is always to provide off-site parking. We've had, my client has had, his representatives have had discussions with off-site property owners about, and those will be ongoing because we do have to satisfy the Hilton as the eventual user that there will be enough on-site parking, enough valet parking, etc., to make the thing work.
Final question. As I asked Mr. Lindsay earlier, can you think of any compromise where we don't have to give up that much parks, open space, and still help you achieve what you want to achieve?
I think we heard a phrase tomato earlier, and I don't think you're giving it up. You're sharing it, and you're going to bring more people to the site to use it. Because if you go there now, it's just a grassy slope, and there's lots of grassy slopes. And I think, investing in the property, a pretty significant amount of money, I think will enhance the use of the parks. It's going to increase the accessibility to the waterfront from Front Street. And, we talked about the loading, as I mentioned before, about only being required at certain times, and other times when there's festivals or activities, it can be closed off and programmed, just like, other cities close streets and have festivals, etc.
I have one more question, Your Worship, but it's for Mr. Harding. Talk to us a little bit about the improved connectivity between Maffeo Sutton and Georgia Park and the seawall. I think Kirsty McDonald has worked on that, and
That's really right, Your Worship, through Councillor Paggi. So one of the benefits of this process going right now is as we're doing the design for both Georgia and Maffei on the connectivity, one of the key pieces is how does this property build out and when do we do the work? So ideally, if we work on it together on a similar design that's approved by council, to whatever level, we'll come to council with 2 or 3 options of what those walkway improvements will be and what the costing are for that. And hopefully continually be in keeping with the hotel's concept. But the goals was to increase activity in that area, increase that one area is probably one of the last pieces of the walkway that needs to be upgraded in front of Georgia, both for up to Front Street, but even more so for the length part from it's our pinch point of that walkway right now.
Would that include the portion on top of what is now Georgia Park, but north of where the loading dock is intended to be? The top portion of Georgia Park will still be our park, right?
That's correct.
So what would you plan to do there?
To the north of the loading area? There's, depending on, again, as the designs go through, we're hoping possibly this loading dock would be one of those aspects of because it's going to have to be levels or switchbacks to make that grade work. So hopefully that platform level which is built out will help make that connectivity down through it. Plus the aspect of the access through the hotel is also a major benefit.
Okay, Mr. Steele, thank you very much for answering my questions.
Now, Mr. Tyler, could I just ask you, parking now, you do have some on off-street parking rather in the facility. Roughly how many spaces are you planning on at this point?
Underground parking, I think there's 59 stalls.
59, okay.
Yeah. There's one complete level.
You know, and that was the point I think was made earlier by staff, that one of the problems we've had on the waterfront, and I'm sure it'll be addressed by this facility, and that is the pinch point that was referred to. That walkway is in desperate need of upgrade, and I'm sure the facility that you're planning will provide that opportunity. And I like your term when you describe it as a grassy slope, and it's very much that indeed. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, staff. Just page 77 of our report. The applicant is proposing to utilize park area around the edges of the building for patio, stairs, water features, loading bay access. All of these improvements shown in figure 16 as an area A are to be constructed at the applicant's cost. Okay, perfect. When we move down the page to the approximately 900 square meters, which to essentially enlarge the footprint in order that you are able to create the massing.
Sorry, could I get you to repeat that page number and then I can hopefully follow
I'm not
along?
sure if you're on page 17, but it's figure 16, basically, the description of figure 16. So you need this property to land mass in order to build the 32-story and then create all the amenities surrounding it. It would be foolish to think otherwise. So when I get down to the community contribution, and I just wanted to speak to, in response, the applicant is proposing a monetary contribution of $1.187 million. Is it reasonable for me to assume that that is all of section B? And I'm not sure who would like to respond to that.
Your Worship, certainly the intention is that the Area A, the improvements in Area A on the diagram you're talking to on page 77, those improvements would be the developer's cost. So the 1.187 million that we're referring to would be a contribution that would go to the improvements in Area B, and that would include the area that Councillor Paggi was mentioning just earlier.
And the $1.187 million, how much property is Area B?
I'm sorry, Your Worship, I don't have an area.
I don't have that number, but the development site is, I think, 0.71 acres, so I'm kind of eyeballing it being about that range.
So the laneway is 475,000? purchase.
That's correct.
And section B, the applicant is proposing to provide to the city $1.187 million to upgrade and enhance that area surrounding the property.
And
Known as
plus an annual lease payment.
Which is to be determined.
Yes.
And I'm not sure if it's appropriate time to ask a question or not of that. And what methodology would be used to determine what an appropriate annual lease payment would be?
Your Worship, we'd be looking at current commercial rates. So the next step would be, if council approves this in principle, would be to have an appraisal done to assist us in establishing that commercial rate.
Thanks. That's all for me, Your Worship.
Okay, Councillor McKay.
I'm fine, Your Worship. My question's been answered.
Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Your Worship. In the concept drawing, figure 15, the park concept portion of your presentation, Mr. Stein, the Port Authority, have you been in discussion with them? It appears that this lovely sandy area where you plan to import sand to create a beach, will there be riprap placed there to
no, maybe I can just interrupt here. This is a concept plan. We presented it to the parks planning people. And what it is they have a parks planning process that's going on as well. This was our input to it. So if this project goes ahead, and starting in September, I think there's some more public meetings, that our planning process for our open space will mesh with the planning process for the city parkland, and we'll go ahead with a scheme that the public has participated in. Mm-hmm. So, we started with a concept. We've had discussions with staff, but I think everybody understands that we have to have these park planning processes fit together as we go forward.
Thank you. And again, a follow-up, if I could, to Your Worship. Is there going to be a residential component? There's not a residential component.
No.
It's just commercial. And through you to staff, if I may, Your Worship, Georgia Park has a portion of it that is Gyro Park. Does that have any bearing, or I know that might be a minor consideration, or I'm just wondering if there's been any discussion with the Gyro Club with regard to the use of that?
I've contacted Gyro Club a little late. They're in the summertime, so I've contacted them. I hope to meet with them at the end of the week to advise them. Just historically, Gyro sold this property to the city in the 1940s. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if it's market value or not, but Gyro has been, as you mentioned, very active in Georgia Park for many years. So we want to make sure that they're aware of what's going on. And just, Your Worship, if I could, just on the planning process. So there's about 3 or 4 options that will come forward on Maffeo, Georgia, of which this will be one of those concepts. And so the developers have helped us with this one concept. I'm just mentioning back to your beach question. Mm-hmm. So that's one concept. We'll give council and the community a number of options of what that connection to Maffeo and what this Georgia Park would look like. This would be one concept.
Yeah, I love that. I think it's just wonderful. It looks great anyway.
But one part to answer one question is, I know the staff has had a lot of discussions with the Harbour Authority.
Okay, good. Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have, Your Worship. Oh, the cairn, I guess it would have to be replaced. We get further down the road, the gyro cairn that they have placed on that property. Thank you.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, I see no further questions at this point. No?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Your Worship, if we're moving on, I'd like to so move that council authorize disposition and sale of unnamed lane adjacent to 10 and 28 Front Street to Insight Holdings for the sum of $475,000.
Is there a seconder?
Second, Your Worship.
Motion seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Your Worship, I direct the mayor and corporate officer to execute the conditional road closure purchase and sale agreement.
Is there moved and seconded? Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
And direct staff to proceed with the public notice for the road closure for the unnamed lane adjacent to 10 and 28 Front Street.
Second, no discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. The bylaw, do you want to continue that?
Absolutely. Moving on, the highway closure and dedication removal for an unnamed lane adjacent to 10 and 28 Front Street, bylaw 2014-7199, to permit the closure of an unnamed lane adjacent to 10 and 28 Front Street past first reading.
Can we do them seriatim, or?
You have to do them one at a time.
No, Your Worship, it's a bylaw, has to be done individually.
So it's been moved and seconded? Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally?
And that highway closure and dedication removal adjacent to 10 and 28 Front Street, bylaw 2014-7199, past second reading.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We move into the rezoning application RA 335 for 10 and 28 Front Street. Purpose to present a rezoning application for the properties located at 10 and 28 Front Street for site-specific text amendments to the existing Chapel Front DT5 zone in order to allow for a high-rise hotel development. Staff recommendation, the motion that Council 1 receive for information the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.069, and 2, direct staff to secure covenants for pedestrian conductivity, bicycle parking, road works, lot consolidation, road dedication, and community contribution prior to the adoption of the bylaw should Council support the bylaw at the third reading.
Move staff's recommendation.
Moved and seconded. Discussion?
Is that 1 and 2, Your Worship? Or
That's
just
1 and 2? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And we're moving into the bylaw. Did you want to do that? Or?
Yes, Your Worship. I'd like to move that zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.069, RA 335, text amendments to the DT5 zone to allow for a high-rise Hilton Hotel past first reading.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And
that zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.069 past second reading.
second. No discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Item E, lease of parkland to Insight Holdings Limited to support Hilton Hotel project. Purpose to seek council approval to enter into lease negotiations with Insight Holdings Limited for a portion of Georgia Park to facilitate the construction of a patio, water features, public staircase, and loading bay as part of the proposed Hilton Hotel project. And the staff recommendation follows with a motion that Council 1 approve in principle the lease of the portion of Georgia Park to support the Hilton Hotel project, and 2, direct staff to return to an upcoming council meeting with a draft lease amendment for council's consideration.
I would so move.
Second, Your Worship.
Okay, 1 and 2?
I would so move items 1 and 2.
Okay, and second, you said? Okay, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Patji opposed. Balance of council in favor. The motion passes. Moving into the downtown parking plan to be introduced by Mr. Davidson, Manager of Parking Services. Mr. Davidson. Go ahead, sir.
Your Worship, I'm pleased to present to you 2 reports this evening on the proposed parking management strategy for the downtown area of Nanaimo. Since bringing parking services in-house in early 2013, a review of the present downtown parking strategy has been undertaken. Upon review of public complaints and feedback, recommendations from the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association, it's become clear that our current parking management plan is not meeting the expectations of the city or the public using our parking system. I believe that this report strikes a balance that meets the requirements of the city and the public, as well as fund the parking and security without need to take funds from general revenue. Staff has met on numerous occasions with the DNBIA to discuss the direction of this report and have incorporated some of the suggestions from their parking committee. We've had preliminary meetings with the Old City Quarter organization, and we'll be meeting with them again as we move forward with the plans for the Old City Quarter. In addition to that, we have met with the NOCA group, the Residents Association for the Old City Quarter, as well as the president of the Nob Hill area to discuss some of the plans that we want to implement through this. This report is a template for modernizing our parking management for the downtown and Old City Quarter areas that should increase our revenue stream to meet the upcoming costs of repair and maintenance to our parking infrastructure as well as allowing us to make contributions to the Parking Reserve Fund for future projects. We will also maintain a generous supply of free parking, promote a constant turnover of vehicles on our most heavily used streets. It should reduce parking congestion on residential streets adjacent to the downtown, increase the usage of our parkade facilities. This proposal should allow the city to incorporate new technology as it becomes mainstream without any added costs. The implementation of pay-by-phone can be implemented seamlessly with the new and existing equipment. Future uses of license plate recognition can be adapted to parkade use as well. This is important for our existing as well as our future hotels. We'll be able to get rid of the old handwritten pass system and have the parking registered right through the registration desks at the hotels that will have an interface with our computer system. I have also, for the use of credit card compliant single space meters as well as credit card compliant multi-space meters, we've also contacted one of the firms who is going to supply us at no charge to the city a number of meters as a trial basis later this year, so that the public and ourselves can see if that's the way we want to go with those types of meters. Ensuring a consistent turnover of vehicles downtown and in the Old City Quarter provides safe and accessible off-street parking facilities at reasonable costs. Maintaining a security presence in the downtown area 7 days a week is the goal we have in mind. By adjusting the city rate structures and eliminating some of the free parking, utilizing some of the newest technologies and maintaining a fair enforcement model, conducting regular reviews of parking rates. And as you'll see in the reports, our parking rates for on-street parking especially haven't been reviewed since 2004. These goals should all be achieved. If there's any questions on either one of the two reports that are before you?
No, it's an interesting report, and having been involved in the downtown for quite a few years, I think it's a very positive change. And I know one of the concerns I get all the time is there's not enough parking downtown, and I think part of the answer to that is there's not enough movement of cars from the existing parking. And I think this would certainly help by the movement of cars. And it's an old stat, and I may be way wrong on it, but I think at one time that if you took the allowed free parking from 2 hours down to 1 hour, you get 5 times as many cars moving in that time. So what I think is suggested here is certainly workable. And since you have got the more or less consensus of all of the players involved, or so it seems, I think it's something I certainly will support. But we have some questions. Councillor McKay.
Thank you, Your Worship. One of the things I see missing from this is the parking that is issued to the hotels, specifically the Coast Bastion Hotel and what will be now the new SSS Manhow Motel. Yes. When we attended UBCM, there was a requirement to pay $44 a day for parking at the Pan Pacific Hotel in downtown Vancouver. Recently, I attended a friend's wedding over in Vancouver, and I stayed at the Coast Cole Harbor, and the parking was $35 a day. And as we sit here in Nanaimo, we are issuing parking to hotels at a rate based on a $95 per month rate. But what we're actually doing is for example, the Coast Bastion, if they have 100 stalls, we're not selling 100 stalls at $95 a month. We're giving them chits that they can sell on a daily basis that we're charging them $3.25. My challenge is, in this building and over in the parkade underneath the Coast Bastion, remembering the Coast Bastion did not pay for the parking garage, we did. So we're giving them parking for $3.25 a day. And I just feel that that's way too low. If we're looking at increasing revenues, I think we need to look at those rates. If we were to charge them $8 a day, double that, charge them $8 a day, because what we're not actually selling them parking spaces based on $95 a month. When the SSS Manhow said that they wanted 200 and some odd parking spaces at $95 a month, I did the math. Came to about $22,000 a month. Then when you look at this Then you find out that, well, no, it actually isn't $95 a month times 200 and some odd spaces. It's based on that rate. So we're giving it to them for $3.25. When you look at the reality of it, the SSS Manhow Hotel is probably going to be contributing to our revenue streams of about $7,000 to $8,000 a month. That's a far cry from $22,000. So what I would like to see is something in these recommendations, or perhaps a motion that we consider changing the parking structure for our hotels. There's no reason when you're paying $44 in one hotel in Vancouver, you're paying $35 in another one down the street, why we shouldn't be charging our hotels $8 or $10. And they turn, if we're doing it on a daily basis, they then turn around and resell it to their guests for $15 or $20. But right now, we're the ones that are taking all the risk on all of these parking structures. We're paying for all the maintenance on all these parking structures. We paid for all their construction, and we got some hotels that are making some pretty good coin and with no risk.
Yeah, it's a valid point, and I don't dispute it. I think one of the problems are that it's been around, it's a heritage thing, because when the Coast Bastion was built, 1980, 81, somewhere in there, the parking was empty, year after year. But now, of course, with increased demand and more activity in the downtown core, it becomes something that should be revisited. No disagreement there, except that if we have any contractual obligations existing with some of the hotels, and I'm certain there's one with the Coast, and undoubtedly maybe with SSS Manhow as well. Those would have to be taken into consideration. Mr.
Yes,
Davison?
Your Worship, we do have a signed contractual agreement with the Coast Bastion right now. I believe that there's a provision in there to adjust the rates at Council's wishes. I believe it's every 5 years. I will review
it's a valid
that,
point.
and I can answer Councillor McKay when we would be able to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Good suggestion. Councillor Bessery.
Your Worship, I agree with Councillor McKay's comments. I suspect the analogy would be the DCCs on the water that we just talked about with Lanceville. Kind of a similar arrangement.
Just a minute, I can't hear that.
Kind of a similar arrangement. My question to you is, on this, we have approximate $900,000 expense.
Yeah, over the 2 years, that's correct.
And the return on our investment is forecast. It's a forecast, correct? And does that forecast take into consideration, obviously, that we're also recommending more free parking?
What the forecast is based on is, number one, the rate increase that I've recommended for both on-street and off-street. It has taken into consideration the free parking at the Bastion Parkade. It's based on a calculation. Right now, with the existing meters that we have, we use about 45% of those at any particular time. That's what our calculations are based on for the downtown area. For the Old City Quarter, we're using a 30% occupancy rate. So, if anything, perhaps the financial returns are going to be a little bit conservative. I think with the control of the adjacent areas around town that are heavily used by people currently working downtown and parking for free up in the residential areas, if we can encourage those people to park in our parking facilities, we should actually more than meet our obligations in this report.
Thank you. Question yours. The new meters.
Yes.
Are they better in a maintenance perspective than what we currently know today?
Of course.
I'm quite more comfortable with the spitters, that you have to walk 7 or 8, 20 feet to insert your credit card. Or are we just going to still do the coin, heavy, labor-intense meters?
What we're looking at in the downtown area, where we have full blocks that are easily accessible, we'll be using the multi-space machines. In some of the areas where there's only 3 or 4 parking spots in the downtown, it's not financially viable to put an $11,000 to $13,000 multi-space machine in, so we'll put individual meters in those areas where there's limited amounts of parking. However, the parking meters that we're looking at purchasing and what we're going to be using in the trial. They are also credit card compliant meters. They also, it's called, you can just tap your cell phone on them, and you can automatically pay that way if you so desire. You can pay by phone if you so desire. You can actually put coins in it if you so desire. What we're trying to do is we're going to make it as easy as possible for people to park and pay for that parking, so that you don't have to walk half a block to pay for parking, as is in some areas in Victoria where you actually have to walk quite a ways to get to the machine. In the old city quarter, it's a little bit, because we have some residential and commercial mixed in there, we're probably going to use more of the single space meters than the multi-space meters, just because of the layout of the streets. But for the downtown area, we're going to have predominantly the multi-space machines wherever we can use them and wherever it makes sense financially. And for the areas that just don't have enough parking spaces to support that, we will be looking at using some of these newer meters. In the areas where I believe that we need to have pay parking meters, but I'm not anticipating heavy use, we will still use some of the coin meters that we currently have.
So you're telling me that we will not become more labor intense?
No,
to
the
collect
new
the
meters
money?
should not be labor intense at all, compared to what we have now, which is a number of meters that are actually obsolete. And
Then will we be able to reduce the amount of labor force even with the addition of more meters?
In the short term, because it'll all be new, absolutely. But once we get going 4 or 5 or 6 years down the road, and as we have an aging infrastructure, I would anticipate at that point that some of the labor costs will start creeping up. However, a maintenance plan, which preventative maintenance and replacement maintenance is going to be part of this ongoing plan, so that we don't get into a situation where we're stuck with 20-year-old parking meters that require excessive amounts of maintenance.
But just to clarify, Your Worship, and maybe the question wasn't received properly, we will not be reducing, to my knowledge, any of the parking enforcement numbers that we have now.
Oh, no.
That'll remain the same.
Okay. So that's all the questions. Now we do have a delegation, Mr. Fred Taylor. Mr. Taylor?
Mayor Rattan and council members, I do not support the downtown parking plan to endorse free evening and weekend parking in the Bastion Street Parkade in exchange for street metering in high-demand areas. Firstly, most of the city is not open for business during the evening or weekend, so who are we trying to create free parking for? What is the hidden agenda? Do we need to free up on-street parking during non-business hours? As the report says, we already have 1,000 free parking spaces each Saturday and approximately 1,300 free spaces every evening. It appears to be a ploy to build a parking division empire. Next, I hear a $100,000 vehicle is on its way, camera equipped to identify vehicle ownership. We have not historically used a contractor, as your report says, to manage and enforce parking. Lloyd Bertram, for one, as I recall, a city employee, alone enforced parking even with Commercial Street metered. You had on a motorbike. And he did, Commercial Street was metered. And he did it and collected it, one man. Collected it, and he did a very good job. We can even improve that now because you even represent the RCMP and bicycles. You can put the man on a bicycle. So why all the manpower today and attempts to create more, in my opinion? I must offer my opinion. Robbins did an excellent job and, I understand, made money for us. Naturally, a good job will be with some complaint from the violator, which I think was disturbing to you people. My opinion, there is much more violation of our parking bylaw today, especially downtown employee parking appears it even appears at the knowledge of this parking department. Behind the courthouse, down side streets, everything else that's got 2-hour or meters, it's all being violated. Robbins didn't have that problem. I remain of the understanding meters were removed in much of the downtown core to compete with free parking at council-created shopping business areas away from the downtown core. And the reason I say council-created, because you approved the zoning for all these outlying districts to compete with your downtown core and move even your big department stores and everything out of the downtown core. To save the city core business area, customers demand front door parking, not a parkade blocks away. And even a woman, I don't think is going to be going doing banking and everything and then parking all her books and everything else out of a parkade a couple of blocks to go to a bank. They're going to go to the mall. The turnover of the parking downtown or core area requires improved enforcement. I just suggest returning to Robbins. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's staff recommendations. There's 4 points there. If anyone feels motivated, that would.
Move staff's recommendations, Your Worship.
Can we do all 4? You're giving me the nod, are you?
You want them? You want them?
Your Worship, you could do it all at once.
Okay. Sarah Annenberg. So the first one, endorse the free evening and weekend parking in the Bastion Street Parkade for a 1-year trial period. Someone like to move that?
So moved, Your Worship.
Second. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Worship. Question, Mr. Davidson. In the 1 year previous, or the 12 months, most recent, what was our revenues generated in the Bastion Street Parkade for a 12-month period?
So far in 2014, Bastion Street Parkade averages a little over $8,700 a month in fees, and it's averaging $11,800 in monthly parking. That's at the lower rate. If council chooses to endorse the higher rate, that rate will go up. For the monthly, we're going from $60 to $75. That's the recommendation for the Bastion, and for the Bastion Street part for the fees. We anticipate that there will be a modest increase with this plan, even giving the weekends and evenings away.
So when we give the evenings and weekends away...
As in for free parking for evenings and weekends in the Bastion.
So what is the implications of giving the evenings and weekends away in terms of our revenues that we've generated during those periods of time?
For just the weekend generation is what you're asking?
The part that we're going to give away for free now, what amount were we generating on free evening and weekend park? So we're going to give Friday night evening, I'm suspecting that means 6 o'clock?
6 o'clock. 6 o'clock would be
Round the clock until
8 o'clock Monday morning.
Monday morning. So what is, and then Monday to Thursday?
Monday till Friday at 6 o'clock.
Okay. So what is the amount that we will be losing by making that parking lot free for those hours in revenue?
We would, and I'm sorry I don't have the math done in front of me, we would lose 2/7 of $8,700. So not quite a third of the $8,700 if you...
Approximately $3,000.
$2,500, somewhere in that range.
A month?
Yeah.
And we just spent how much on the Bastion Street Parkade? On
we had
resurfacing?
budgeted this year $200,000 for repair work so far this year.
So, Your Worship, I will be speaking against endorsing free and weekend parking in the Bastion Street Parkade for a 1-year trial period. We have to maintain that.
Okay.
And I can't imagine us giving parking away. And unlike some, we've got lots of parking downtown. Maybe it's just not right in front of where you'd like to be. So I won't be supporting number 1.
Yeah, we're just dealing with one. Councillor Johnstone.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Davidson, have we not been giving the top floor, top level of Bastion Street away for the last some time? Was that-
When we have special events in the downtown,
Mhm.
at council directive from, I can't remember which year it was, but the Bastion Parkade has been historically and is presently offered when we have the Marine Festival or whenever we have a large event downtown, that parkade is offered free of charge for those events anyway.
Thank you.
We do not give away the top two decks. The very top deck is currently got parking meters in it, and it's restricted to 2-hour parking. And then the next deck, which is also open, is overflow for over-height parking at the hotel, as well as public use.
Good, thank you.
And just for clarity then, dealing with the endorse the free evening and weekend, those metered spaces, the top floor would still have to...
The metered spaces would not be part of the free weekend.
They
That
have to
would,
still pay.
because it's short-term parking, they would be treated as on-street meters.
Okay. Councillor Grady, please.
Your worship, could I hear the rationale again, why we are giving the free evening and weekend? I know I read it in the report. It's a trial period. So what's the rationale again?
The end result of the rationale is the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association felt very strongly that they would like to see a trial period for one of the parkades for weekends to try to attract more people to the downtown. And with the elimination of the free parking on Commercial Street and surrounding streets, they were asking that, in this case, that the Bastion Parkade be provided on the weekends on a trial basis to see if it made a difference, it made an impact.
Okay, well, I mean, I'll be voting in favor because it is a trial basis. I'd like to see the outcome of this after the year. Thanks.
Okay, I see no further questions, and I share the comment too, because it's a trial basis. I'll be able to support it myself to see what the outcome is. So, all those in favor? Opposed? We have Councillor McKay and Councillor Bestwick opposed. Balanced council in favor. The motion passes. Item 2, approve the installation of new 2-hour resident exempt zones in residential areas adjacent to downtown at the cost of approximately $50,000 using monies from the parking reserve. So I'd like to move. Second, discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And 3, consider the installation of new on-street parking meters downtown at a cost of approximately $250,000 in the 2015-2019 budget process. And okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Councillor Bestwick.
So item 1 was endorsed, number 2 is improve, number 3 is consider. And consider the installation at a cost of approximately in the 2015-19 budget process. Given the fact that we haven't commenced the 2015 budget process other than our 5-year plan, which I'm not sure if this is in it or not, I would so defer this to the 2015-19 budget process versus considering the installation. So I would consider this initiative during the budget process.
Go ahead.
Worship, good point. I think both 3 and 4 can be referred to the budget process.
Are you making that motion?
I would so move that items 3 and 4 be referred to the 2015 budget process.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into G, Traffic and Highways Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2014, number 5000.043. Purpose to obtain council approval for proposed amendments to Schedule A of the Bylaw 5000. Staff recommendation, the motion that council receive the report pertaining to Traffic and Highways Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2014, number 5000.043, and then there's the bylaw that follows. So on the motion, someone like to move the motion? Move it. A second?
Your Worship.
Did we get a second for it? Move a second. Go ahead.
We haven't amended this for 10 years, correct?
Since approximately 2004.
How long do you anticipate, and how often or frequent by bylaw are we allowed to revisit?
It's my understanding that it's at council's prerogative to revisit parking rates.
So you just mentioned that it's a 5-year window for us to revisit the hotel parking.
That's a separate agreement outside of the traffic bylaw. That's a lease agreement that's signed with the hotel.
How long do you think that this new rate recommendation, how far will this take us?
I'm sorry, I'm not actually understanding what you're asking.
Your worship, it'll take you as
10
far.
more years.
It'll take you actually as far as I guess council is satisfied, and there's not complaints from the downtown and persons wanting us to review the bylaw. So this is what we think modernizes the rates to provide us the revenues that we think are achievable in the downtown.
So my only other comment would be that the parkades are, some are 75 cents, some are 50, some are whatever. Could you please explain to me why it isn't just standardized across the board?
The
first hour is $1 right across the board everywhere instead of 75.
The hourly rates will be standardized across the board for all the parkades. The monthly rate for the Bastion is set a little bit lower than the other two, the Harbourfront Parkade and the Port of Nanaimo Centre. For multiple reasons, it's an open parkade. It's for this first year trial period. It's going to be free for the weekends. The $75 was considered a good bridging between the covered parkades and our $60 surface lots. In other words, we had a little bit higher level service than a surface lot, but it wasn't quite as high a service as our covered parkades. So that's where we came through. That's why the Bastion Parkade is a little bit less than the Harbourfront and the Port of Nanaimo Centre.
I heard you say that this is a trial period. Will you be coming back with the report in?
What the anticipation is at the end of the 1-year period, we'll be representing to council with the finances on what the trial period actually cost and presenting council options of whether we should continue or whether we should reconsider.
And does that form part of the?
That isn't part of this report. That would just be ongoing.
Is it appropriate to add that there will be a 12-month report coming back on the changes to the Traffic and Highways Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2014? That there will also be a report coming back in 12 months?
If you feel more comfortable, Councillor.
Yeah, but is that the intent of staff and this recommendation?
It is, but if you'd like that as a motion, that's fine as well.
I would like to amend the motion to include
the 1 year, yeah. Okay. So with that addition?
Your Worship, why don't we receive the motion that is on the floor, and then Councillor Best, we can do a further motion to ask for a report.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
We'll have to do this one first then.
Okay.
We'll have to do number 1.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And now, Councillor Bestwick, do you want
the council directs staff to return with a cost-benefit analysis of bylaw 2014 5000.043 in 12 months.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. You, Ms. Farrell, you're okay. Now the bylaw. Motion that Traffic and Highways Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2014 number 5000.043 to amend off-street parking rates pass first reading.
Second.
Moved. And second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Second, that the motion that Traffic and Highways Regulation Amendment Bylaw 2014 number 5000.043 pass second reading. Moved. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And finally, that that same regulation pass third reading. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Development permit DP 8. Yes. Well, we might see what we could really just go about 90 miles an hour and then we'll hit.
Got a lot of work to do yet, Your Worship.
Well, maybe we could just ask staff, Mr. Swaby, are you able to give us an indication of those items that you would like to see passed tonight? That
yes, Your Worship, Mr. Farrell can advise council.
Okay, Mr. Farrell.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. Item 8P, which is a BC SPCA grant request, and also under 9D, change rooms for female minor hockey players. Those are two items that we would like discuss tonight.
9B, property maintenance bylaw?
9D, Your Worship.
D,
9D.
sorry. 9D is change rooms for the females.
Yes, and also I'd like to remind you that we're in 11 o'clock, so we need a procedural motion to continue on with the meeting.
Your Worship, it was that issue and the SPCA issue.
Okay. So,
Your Worship,
Yep.
I would like to suggest on the SPCA issue that there's some new information that's come to light, at least come to my attention in the last 24 hours. I would not like to rush debate on that. I would like to have that brought forward to our next meeting.
okay.
I would
defer.
Your Worship, we're not aware, staff is, it would be good if Councillor McKay can let staff know what the new information is that we can include in the report.
I would prefer to have a full discussion about it rather than give you the Coles notes at this particular moment in time. I know that I would suggest that we're probably going to need at least half an hour to 3/4 of an hour on that one item alone to get my questions answered.
Well,
Your Worship, it's totally up to council. That sounds to me like a debate issue, and we know the applicant's anxious to get going, so it's up to council whether you'd like to do it tonight or whether you'd like to defer it.
well, what's the earliest date that we could hear this if it was deferred?
Next meeting is September, sorry, next week, a week this Monday.
Sorry?
A week today.
Week today. I wonder if are we able to find out from the delegation, will 1 week make a big difference? Because I would want to make sure that we've granted whatever time necessary to make sure that the decision is as accurate as we can make it. Sorry? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I didn't believe the business of this council depended upon delegations. It depended upon...
The gentleman here, it was on the agenda, and before we defer it, I'd like to make sure that this is not a time-sensitive matter, and that if 7 days would not affect it, I'd like to, then I'll entertain yours.
I would suggest that my point is that I thought we worked by our schedule, not by our delegations.
It would work by our schedule, Councillor McKay, but I think if you had had the assistance of providing the information that you have received privately to our staff in time, then this whole exercise wouldn't have been necessary.
Your Worship, it's 11 o'clock. I would like ample time to have a thoughtful and thorough debate on the request being made by the applicant.
Okay. They have, so on this one, Councillor Johnson?
That wasn't on this one, I was just...
Your Worship,
Yeah.
I'm
Let's
sorry,
get a motion
can we
going for
please
it.
make a motion to go beyond past 11?
So moved, Your Worship.
Moved and second, all those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries, okay. So we're going to go on, well, if that's the case, why don't we just go back to where we are and see how far we can go with it then. Thank you for your consent there. So let's go back. We're down to item H, development permit DP 889 at 163 Colvilton Trail, rather. Purpose to obtain council authorization to issue a development permit in order to permit a building to be removed from the watercourse, leaf strip, and to vary an allowable gross floor area for an accessory building with a secondary suite. And the staff recommendation is there. So somebody like to move
Worship,
that?
I so move.
Okay.
That council issue development permit 889 at 163 Colvilton Trail with the following variances: to reduce the side yard setback to 0.13 meters, to increase the maximum permitted gross floor area for the accessory building to 121.1 meters square, and to increase the maximum permitted size of a secondary suite within an accessory building to 107.32 meters square.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
So moved, Your Worship.
Seconder, Councillor Patchy.
Question to Mr. Lindsay.
Yes.
Have we ever increased the size of an allowable secondary suite before? And if not, what kind of precedent does it set?
Your Worship, sorry, off the top of my head, I can't think of a similar situation. I would say that this does not set a precedent. This is an attempt for an adaptive reuse of an existing building. So yes, it is slightly larger, but it is, I think this is a good news story. We're trying to move the cabin out of the leaf strip, bring it into compliance, and allow it to be reused as a detached suite. So yes, it is slightly larger, but I don't believe it would set a precedent for us.
Thank you. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We're going to go into development variance permit. Well, somebody feels better. That's good. Development variance permit number DVP 237 at 529 Darien Street. Purpose to obtain council authorization to permit lot frontage variances in order to facilitate the subdivision of one residential lot into 3 parcels. And it's requested that council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to DVP 238. Is there anyone in attendance tonight that would like to speak to matters related to DVP 238? And seeing none, DVP 238, yeah.
238 or 237 Deering Street.
Your Worship, there's a...
Oh, sorry, what's happened here?
There's an error on the page, it's 237,
okay.
I'm sorry.
So it is, I'm sorry, it is 237. When you flip over a leaf, it says 238. So 237 is correct, and it's 529 Deering Street. Sorry, anyone in attendance? No? Okay. So the person to take council authorization to permit the frontage, and I think then this motion, just so we're not too confused here, is still going to be for 237 or 238 on the top of page 6.
For 237.
Mr. Ferrero.
It's going to be for DVP 237,
Okay.
Your Worship.
Your Worship, I move the count.
Sorry? You move it?
I move the council issue development variance permit DVP 237 at 529 Deering Street to reduce the minimum lot frontage requirements to 12.86 meters within the single dwelling residential zone R1.
Moved and seconded. Discuss.
Just a question.
Okay.
It says...
Councillor Greaves, did you have a question first?
Your Worship.
Well, you're before Councillor
sorry.
Patchy, so go ahead, Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Your Worship. You know, now let's see, 3 houses with suites from allowable 2 houses with suites, and the city protocol is to entertain a 10% relaxation in frontage minimum. So from 15 meters, you go down to 13.5 meters, but this wasn't asking for 12.86 meters. So, I mean, they can put up a duplex. Anyway, I'm not going to vote in favor of this because the relaxation has been allowed, and they're still below the relaxation. So, I mean, you got to set a rule somewhere. So I'm not going to vote in favor of this.
Okay, Councillor Patchy.
Just a question on the number. It shows DVP 237, 529 Deering Street, and then at the staff recommendation, it shows as 238.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, there is a mistake on the page. The correct number is DVP 237.
Yeah,
all right.
It's a little confusing, sorry. So I just wondered, is there any staff comment on the Councillor Greaves' comments about this? Mr. Lindsay or anyone
Your Worship,
left alive here?
Probably I would speak to the diagram on page 111 of your agenda. It shows the conceptual subdivision. So although the frontage is being relaxed to 12.87 meters, the lots are all in excess of the minimum lot area, and in staff's opinion, continue to provide lots with reasonable building footprints, and as such have supported the requested variance.
Okay. All right, on the motion, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Greaves opposed. Balance council in favor. The motion passes. Moving into development variance permit DVP 238 now. And this is the one for 139 Halliburton Street, sir. And the purpose is to obtain authorization to vary the front yard setback to allow an exterior renovation to the existing multiple family dwelling. And welcome, sir.
Members of council, my name is Gary Bentham. I'm a certified residential designer. My company is Village Design and Drafting. I've been hired by the owners of this building in order to make some improvements to the front face of the building on Halliburton Street. They've owned the building for many years. and they want to make it look a lot better in order to assist in the streetscape and to improve the aesthetic appearance of the building in general. I went out to the property about 3 weeks ago. They discussed putting some dormers across the front on the second floor. I also pointed out to them that the existing concrete stairway that goes from the front door of one of the suites down to the sidewalk, it doesn't have a handrail. It should have a handrail. And I said, well, how about I do just a little hand sketch of what might make the building look a little better. I came down to the planning department, discussed their strategy in terms of receiving an application. They said that the sketch that you have prepared is adequate in order to see if it can be approved, but the setback there's an existing 6-meter setback from the front of the property line. The property is already 1 meter, and Jill Collinson recommended that I put together some drawings, and have each of you seen those sketches and drawings? And so it's a simple request to reduce the setback from 6 meters to 0, so I can put the stairway and put some dormers on the front of the building, and with your humble approval, I'll be able to make some construction drawings and get on with the project.
Okay, sir. The staff recommendation is that council issue the development variance permit. So if someone would like to be
Any questions?
I don't think so. No.
Thank you.
Councillor Bestwick. Wait, you
So
do.
moved that council...
Wait, sir. Sorry, Councillor Bestwick did have a
No, I
question.
don't have any questions.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Sorry, sir. No.
Move the council issue DBP 238 at 139 Halliburton Street in order to reduce the required front yard setback to 0 meters.
Seconder? Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into done, sir. Okay. So moving into staff recommendation, here in respect to DVP 238, we've done rezoning application RA 337 at 1985 Island Diesel Way. Purpose to present rezoning application for property located at 1985 Island Diesel Way to rezone the subject property from high-tech industrial I3 to mixed-use corridor COR2 in order to facilitate a mixed-use development. Now, we do have a delegation. Mr. Fred Taylor.
Mayor Rutan and council members, in regards to the rezoning of 1985 Diesel Way, I understand the plan provides for 15 less parking spaces than demands of our bylaw. Once again, you were asked to vary the parking space demands of our bylaw. One can see the results of developers' request to reduce on-site parking demands throughout our community. The adjoining neighborhoods gain the nuisance. This case, Bowen Road offers no parking space because it's traveled lane straight to the curb, and Island Diesel Way is a cul-de-sac that's on the south side of this property. My opinion, on-site mixed use of the parking space is a joke. Commercial occupancy will demand open space parking for their customer. Just look at Wakeside and 2nd Street, where you tried to create a little town center. I oppose any reduction in our parking bylaw demands. I beg you to take a stand in support of our bylaw. Your parking people are faced with complaints throughout our city, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patchy.
I have a question to staff. Did we not deal with this shortage on the other portion of this development when that came? It seems very familiar to me.
The application this evening, it shows the entire property as one project. Would require a separate development permit. I'm not aware of any previous approvals for parking reduction.
I seem to remember.
This evening, we're not here this evening requesting a parking variance. We've simply noted that as part of the rezoning that their drawings indicate one, and that at development permit stage it may be requested.
Okay.
Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to staff, do we have an abundance of I3 zoning, or are we losing it with this particular?
Mr. Lindsay?
Your Worship, I certainly wouldn't say that we have an abundance of any industrial zoning in the community. What I would say is that in this specific case, this property was looked at because although it was subdivided originally as being part of the industrial park, given its presence on Bowen Road, the official community plan was amended to allow for a corridor development that we want to see along Bowen Roads. I think it's somewhat of a unique situation.
Yes, I see. And secondly, Your Worship, there's that access and egress off of Bowen Road is quite close to the intersection. It's pretty close. I'm wondering if it's that's a pretty busy intersection. I wonder if it's appropriate to have it. I don't know how else you would do it, but I know there's one off of not Enterprise Way, Island, is it Diesel Way? You can get in that way, but the other way is you have to get in and out of from Bowen. So there's two ways to get in and out of that property so far, and I'm wondering if that's, mind you, just down from there is another exit from the bakery. So we got 1, 2, 3 in a row there. I just was wondering what your comment would be on that.
Your Worship, further to Councillor Greaves' comments, at the time that the bakery was developed, there was actually a reciprocal easement that was registered on that property. So this development will actually have access through that access that you referred to that's at the bakery now, which is the closest one to the intersection and to the light. This development will also add an additional right-in, right-out access further down Bowen Road away from the light. It's been reviewed by our traffic engineers, and they're satisfied that it can operate safely.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor Petchy might be making reference to the project across the street, downtown Site Road, the big old gravel scenario where we did reduce the parking requirements. I'm not sure, though. You might be. Just a thought, certainly with this corridor here, is if there was consideration for a bus pull-out on Bowen Road there, it becomes a reasonably dangerous place going south when you pass the Mohawk gas station and down that hill as it relates to traffic going in and out, especially turning left onto Bowen Road. So, well, I know that that's probably for a different conversation, but I think that it all becomes related when we're adding traffic and potential congestion and people speeding around in the fast lane to get by a bus that's stopped where it is. And I think it encourages to speed. I'm going to support it because right now it's pretty ugly, and I think it's a really good place for residential within the walking distance of the new country grocer and banking and other amenities that we're providing there. And I think that that's the goal, is to have more pedestrian and walking in and around a specific area. So I'm hopeful that that's the case.
Okay, well, I'll certainly be supporting it too. If someone would like to make the motion.
Your Worship?
Yep.
I just want to remind you that council has no quorum at the moment, so you can't make a motion.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll have to see.
Well, I'm going to read the first one out and then...
Okay, just read it slowly.
That council received the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2014 number 4500.70 and Diana, knock on the wall if you can hear it.
Knock 3 times.
Do we want the seriatim too?
Your Worship, if you wish to have the discussion for each one of the items, then you do seriatim. If you want to do it at once, it's fine too.
He's actually going to go. I wasn't thinking he was actually going to do that. But anyway, thank you, Councillor Becci.
Any jokes, Your Worship?
Wait, what? No. I think Councillor Johnson will probably be here in a matter of split seconds here. So. And that's what we were saying. Now that did we get the motion? We sort of started, and then we were.
You read number 1, Your Worship. If you want to read number 2 as well.
I don't think Councillor Johnstone heard one, but I don't receive the report pertaining to zoning amendment bylaw 2014-4500.70 and direct staff to secure pedestrian connectivity prior to the adoption of the bylaw. Should council support the bylaw at third reading?
Seconder? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And then we move into the bylaws. Who's so motivated?
I would, where am I?
At the bottom.
The zoning bylaw 2014-4500.70 RA 337 to rezone 1985 Island Diesel Way from I-3 to Corridor 2 to facilitate a mixed-use development. Pass first reading.
Okay. Move and second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Zoning amendment bylaw 2014-4500.070 pass second reading.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed? We move into the land reserve application, LR 000014, application for non-farm use of the agricultural land reserve at 154 Westwood Road. We still have a quorum, don't we? The purpose to present an application for non-farm use for the agricultural land reserve for property at 154 Westwood Road in order to permit development of the Nanaimo SPCA animal shelter and the staff recommendation, not the animal recommendation. Motion that council support the application for non-farm use of the agricultural land reserve for the property at that location, 154 Westwood Road.
Move staff's recommendation.
And second, discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead.
The intent of this is to be able to accommodate. Is a kennel not a permitted use in an ALR zone? Why do we have to do this?
Your Worship.
Mr. Lindsay, go ahead.
The proposed use is permitted under the city zoning bylaw. It's not an outright permitted use under the agricultural land reserve. So in a situation like this, they call it an application for a non-farm use. It's not on a list of approved farm uses. It's recognized by the ALC, so it requires their approval. It cannot proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission for their consideration without having a recommendation from council. So that's what we're here this evening.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnstone.
Yes, quickly, Your Worship. When I read the application from the SPCA and they said there were a portion of their land will be used to help livestock, horses and cows, etc. Would that not be a farm use?
But I think he's already given his opinion that...
Your Worship, I think that's quite correct, that portion would be a farm use, but the remainder would still require the approval of the Commission.
Okay. Someone would like to move this then, did they say? That,
Yes, we've moved in second.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into property disposal land associated with a former Boulder Creek water system. Purpose to obtain council approval to dispose of the lands associated with the historical Boulder Creek pipeline to support the province's efforts to conclude a reconciliation agreement with Chenemo First Nations. And we have a brief delegation from Mr. Fred Taylor.
Maybe not so.
Dun, 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 dun. Thank you. Okay, you're on.
I do not agree with selling land to anyone for $1. My opinion, the approach should be to negotiate with the province the right-of-way access to the city-owned 200 acres. If you see the square red on your first page, L9, that is 200 acres owned by the city of Nanaimo, purchased at the same time as this pipehead and reservoir as part of the water system. That is the watershed area, the 200 acres. And it was all, Timber West came to the city, asked Mr. Barry about their 200 acres of timber, and we don't know anything about it. They phoned me, asked me, I found the minutes in 1900 where they bought it from the Indian Land Grant, and found out there was a screw up in the property land titles. They even showed it dealing with something in the Fraser River. So we straightened that all around. The next thing is Mac McKenzie had a log survey of the timber survey done of L9. And about 10 years ago, there was one $1.6 million worth of timber owned by the city sitting on there, going back to the 40s. Forestry and RCMP, I involved to find out who got the city timber in 1940. Nobody can find records of who got it. So it's basically all new growth timber. What you need is, once you lose any kind of a right-of-way through this property as requested, and it goes to what's proposed, there will likely be no access through this area. And if you go to the next one, you'll see even on the writing on the left-hand page there, attention Wayne Hansen, who was worker for the city. You'll see the lengths of the road up through this province property to get to our 200 acres, the distance of the roads he was to travel. Once it's transferred to other people, you're liable to get no access. And usually when in rural areas, when you divide up land or do anything like this, you take, if you go back please, you would take the province, for example, the landowner, and where you see a green dot, I said proposed right away, if it's satisfactory, you would go up the edge of their property with, say, 66 feet or 80 feet off their property, and then you're getting to the Timber West property, which they would share maybe to build your road for you, a private road, and then in cooperation with getting through their property to our 200 acres. But we need to protect access and demand trade for right-of-way, etc., to get to our 200 acres, which is the reservoir protection area of this water system. This water system, by the way, which you drain the dam and everything, and number 5 dam behind the Fish and Game, has reduced the amount of water in the colliery dams, which it did. So there was extra water from this water system to the colliery dams. Good. One time.
So maybe for staff, do we have access to L9 now?
No.
That's
Correct, Mr. Taylor's correct. We do not currently have access. Okay. Staff have identified L9 as a potential property for disposition of or trade, and therefore have not pursued trying to legalize access to that land.
So there's a couple of $1 million of the timber on it right now. Nobody knew what happened to the last timber in the 40. The RCMP, that worked for forestry and everything in the woods and everything. They can't uncover the records. Who took that timber off that 200 acres?
Who owns the property bordering L9?
L9 is owned by the city of Nanaimo.
No, who the properties surrounding it?
Timber West.
Timber West?
The block right above where my writing is, city of Nanaimo, 200 acres and proposed right-of-way, that is owned by Timber West. And they came to Jerry Berry, what are you doing with this land up here? And nobody knew. So I have the minutes from 1900. I have all the original big plans from the INN and everything here of even your water course, number 6 reservoir and everything. There's the original plans from the INN.
Okay, thank you. So we don't have access to L9 now in anything.
Well, you do. There's lots of roads up there, but government doesn't stop you because they gained that land that they're wanting to give through a tax sale in the 30s when it was privately owned, bought from the INN. And they got it through a tax sale, not payment of taxes.
Okay, Mr. Swaby, you had something?
Your Worship, this is just a reminder. It's part of the reconciliation agreement between the province and the First Nations.
Yeah, I would like to...
NAMO identified that this part, which is estimated value at $15,000, as being important. It's wasn't important to the province, but the First Nations have identified it as important, and we're looking to move forward with providing it to them.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to say we need to use it as a tool to trade a piece off the edge of their property that could lead to our access to our property. And if you don't do that, what else you got to negotiate with up in that area? Where right now you've got something to negotiate and say, okay, we'll give you this 3 or 4 acres, but we want, which could even be less, a strip where I try to show you the green dot up from the road that we own, off Nanaimo Lakes Road. We own that little bit of road. Don't give them that. We can go right there to that property line and take a strip off both sides.
Your Worship, the time to do that would have been at the time we provided the larger property. This is inconsequential, I think, in terms of that, and I don't think that it would be appropriate to negotiate anything on this.
Well, I don't want to do anything that will jeopardize First Nations in getting the piece that they need there as well, so.
Well, it's just an offer. It's an offer of land that we're making for them, just like the land around the.
No, I appreciate that,
Crescent
Mr. Taylor,
College.
but I'm personally just uncomfortable with trying to hold them at ransom to negotiate something. I think this has already been agreed to in principle by the province, by SFN, and it's something that I feel we do need to proceed with.
But nobody's come and told you, sir, that you own 200 acres as part of this package of buying all this water system.
Well, I think
you didn't know.
No, but I think I think if there is a need to access that property, we could negotiate with the province to come up with something, or with Timber West,
or with First Nations,
or with First Nations, possibly with them,
and money on the table.
Okay, sir.
Great work. Thank you.
Yeah, a lot of interesting stuff. What's our feeling here?
Move staff's recommendation, Your Worship, the disposition and authorize the mayor and corporate officer to execute the necessary documents.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Approval of lease agreement with Nanaimo Curling Club Society. Staff recommendation motion that council 1 approve a 10-year lease for the Nanaimo Curling Club, and 2 authorize the mayor and corporate officer to execute the necessary documents to effect the transaction.
Move staff's recommendation.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Oh, go ahead. Yep.
Thank you. I just needed to ask staff, if possible, please. The building is probably 60 years old. 69?
Oh, 1969, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And eventually there's going to be the requirement to replace that venue.
At some point in time, right now, it's still a sound building and in relatively good condition.
Your Worship, the point is valid. It's an asset that we own, and we're responsible for the maintenance and for the replacement likely in the future when its life is over.
And therefore, is there any alternative options being contemplated in the Parks and Recreation master plan for such or said facility?
Not at this time, not as up for a new curling facility, not at this time.
But Your Worship, you will note in the upcoming budget there will be potentially monies that we'll have to start plugging into asset management that relate to the building's maintenance.
Thank you. I have to ask a question. Have we done an inspection of the building? Its envelope, its plumbing, its roofing, its health?
We've been working with the curling club on overall review of the building. We haven't done a complete asset management part of it. The curling club traditionally has maintained the building. It continues to over the years. The only contribution we've done to the building was assisted them with a small grant for the elevator that they added a few years ago. So other than that, we have not put into it. But as City Manager mentioned, as we will continue to work on our asset management plan, this building will be included in that and long-term whatever's required for it. And with any of these situations, it would be up to council's discretion of what they want to put monies towards or not.
Thank you. Final question, Your Worship. Do we have any idea what a replacement facility with 12 sheets of curling ice would cost?
12 or 8?
Sorry? 12?
Well, there's
It's 8 now,
There's 8 now, but it was built in 1969 when we had a population of 35,000 people.
I do not have a replacement price cost for what it would be. We could work towards that, but I have no replacement price.
Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Unresolved building deficiencies, notice on title, section 5.7. It's requested the council hear anyone wishing to speak with respect to unresolved building deficiencies for the properties listed below. Staff recommendation, a motion by council by resolution, instruct the corporate officer to file a bylaw contravention notice respecting the properties listed below. Land, Title and Survey Authority, British Columbia, and Section 5.7 of the Community Charter. First property is 448 Ayresgarth Street. Ayresgarth. Illegal secondary suite. Is there anyone in attendance who want to speak to matters related to that location? 137 McQuinna Crescent, authorization of a secondary suite. Anyone in attendance to speak to that property? 994 Old Victoria Road, illegal secondary suite. Anyone want to speak to that matter? 96 Princess Street, illegal secondary suite. Anyone want to speak to that matter? 669 Sterling Avenue, illegal secondary suite. Anyone want to speak to that matter? And 4096 Departure Bay Road, construction complete without a permit. And want to speak to that property. Moving on to 61 Howard Avenue, expired permit, incomplete construction. Anyone wish to speak to that property? And finally, at 1377 Townsite Road, expired building permit, incomplete construction. Nobody intends for that one? Move with the staff recommendation. Second? Hello? Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Now, what's your pleasure with the item P here, the BC SPCA grant request? Unfortunately, Councillor McKay had some concerns about it, and I guess has had to leave.
Your Worship, if it would help, we could have staff just run through the report and talk to you quickly about what the options are for funding, if it's your pleasure.
Okay, I'm just a little bit concerned that the Councillor McKay did raise the issue. He had of concern with the property, and suggested it be deferred. But that said, I think we also need to move along in a timely one, and we still have a quorum. So,
I can't remember how often we already have postponed the SPCA question, and I think we should deal with it.
Okay. So, Mr. Clements, were you going to provide council with information related to the request for capital funding?
Thank you, Your Worship. As you remember, the SPCA came and spoke before council at a previous meeting about seeking capital funding to build their new facility. The request was, I believe, between $150,000 and $200,000. They weren't specific as to which of those amounts they wanted. So what the report does is it addresses a number of issues. How should the request be evaluated against other requests from other nonprofit organizations? The reason that we're talking about it tonight is they have a need for an early decision by council because they're on a path to do a tender for their new building. And we wanted to look at whether or not there are any potential to achieve efficiencies with the city's animal control function. That was something that council members specifically mentioned. And we also wanted to address whether there were any alternative uses for the site occupied by the SPCA. Normally what council would do with a nonprofit request is that we would bundle it up with other things and talk about it at budget time. I think that in this case, the challenge with that is that it doesn't meet the SPCA's need to go ahead and get working on their new building. And it doesn't help the city with our desire to try and reuse the space that the SPCA currently occupies. So I think it works for both parties to have an earlier resolution. Having said that, it's certainly at council's discretion. If they think this is an important enough issue to weigh against other issues, then they should set it aside and deal with it at budget time. We looked very, very quickly at whether or not there were any efficiencies with the animal control function, and I'd have to say that immediately in the short term, The answer is probably not. That doesn't mean that over the long term we couldn't continue to work with the SPCA to see if there was a model where the SPCA and the animal control function could work together better to provide more effective services for the community. Having said that, it's difficult to find a model in BC where that happens. So just quickly for council to get to the options, on page 151 of your report, I outlined 3 potential options, and staff have not made a recommendation because I think that this is one of those issues where council needs to gauge where the public's interest is and to make their own determinations. So the 3 options are basically you can award a request or a donation to the SPCA, you can deny the request outright, or you can refer the request to the financial plan process. If council wishes to award some funding to the SPCA has indicated that they would be open to having it over 3 years rather than as a lump sum request. Council still has some money in their contingency this year. They have approximately $60,000 in the contingency. You could provide some money this year and then money in ongoing years. What I've outlined in the report is, for example, if you wish to give $150,000, you could make a motion to provide $50,000 from contingency this year and $50,000 in each of 2015 and 2016. The report suggests that you could reduce your contingency if you don't want to impact taxes in future years, or you could simply say that each year it would come out of general revenue. So I hope that helps, and I can go over that again if any of that you need clarification, any of that.
No, I think that's okay, but we have Councillor Johnstone.
Yes, Your Worship. I'd like to move option number 1, approve the funding request over 3 years. And if I could speak to that, Your Worship.
Yeah. Moved and seconded. Go ahead.
Over the course of the past several months, we've had a great deal of emails in support of this initiative and the great amount of good the SPCA does for our community and the urgency that we vacate the other property, Your Worship. I think it's imperative that we move forward with this request.
Well, I certainly support it as well, and I think it's an obvious need, and we're in a unique position where we have an existing property we could trade with it, and I think it's a win-win all the way around. So I also will be supporting that. Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Worship. If this proceeds with the motion as put forth, is just the amount that the organization will require to proceed? Is this it? Does this, and not that I hope they don't come and ask for more. No, just kidding. Will this top it up so they can get going?
I can't speak for the organization. Mr. Davis from the SPCA is here tonight if you want to ask him any questions directly. I believe that they asked for the amount of money that they needed to keep their campaign going and to get some certainty. So I suspect this is the right amount of money for them. But again, as I said, Mr. Davis is here if you wanted to hear from him.
I know it's late, so I won't, but...
Thank you.
There you go. Good enough.
Okay, good. Councillor Greaves.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I would support the motion. You know, I can't think of a better use of the funds. And I'm kind of a soft touch anyways because I love little doggies. So.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Don't start crying.
Please. Councillor Patchen.
Well, you know, 2 of the greatest loves in my life came from the SPCA on Labiosi. Oh, yeah. So I'm really happy to support this. The SPCA performs a function that is just totally essential in the kind of society that we live in, and nobody else does it better. So I'm really pleased to support it.
Great. So,
Your Worship, may I?
Yes,
Mr. Ferrer was asked me if we can confirm that the motion reads to approve capital funding for the BC SPCA in Nanaimo branch of $50,000 from contingency in 2014 plus $50,000 in each of 2015 and 2016 funded from general revenue.
Yes, that was your motion for number 1, you said.
Yeah, number 2.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Number 1.
Can't have both.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into community services, structure removal at 215 Newcastle Avenue, and 144 Victoria, you can tell it's getting late, 144 Victoria Road and 82 Fifth Street. Purpose to obtain council authorization to enforce the provisions of the community charter. It's a request of the council here, anyone wishing to speak with respect to the properties at 215 Newcastle Avenue, 144 Victoria Road, and 82 Fifth Street. Anyone in attendance would like to speak to those properties? Yes, come down, ma'am.
Hello.
Come down. Do you want to speak to the matter? Yeah, could you use the microphone here, please? You'll have to come down if you wish to speak. No, madam. There's a microphone over here.
Maybe somebody on staff can give her a hand.
Yeah. Is there something?
Can somebody please help her? Somebody help her. Okay.
Right there. The microphone's working there for you.
Yeah, just at present time, the bank won't finance me without with the raw land. If I take the house down, I won't be able to get a mortgage from the bank.
Can you tell me which property is yours?
82 Fifth Street.
Oh, the last one, okay. And you realize that the building on the property is damaged beyond 75% of the value?
That's what I was told, yeah.
Right. And that's why we're suggesting that it be taken down, because it's basically unsafe. And
yeah, but was told that I can't work, I can't repair it, I can't occupy it, but to come out here to maintain the property, cut the grass, I have ladders and things. I have no place to store those things.
Okay, I don't know if bylaw has had any dealings with this person. Have you talked to the city before about this? Anyone at the city?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, city is insisting that I have to take the premises down.
Well, yes, I don't have pictures here. The one in front here looks like it's in pretty desperate...
it's all boarded up because... they consider it's unsafe to have anybody enter the place, but nobody's occupying the place.
Well, no, but the concern is liability if somebody should get in there for any reason and occupy it, and then something happens to them. That's the area of concern. What are your plans with it? What do you plan to do with it?
I was planning to rebuild sometime, but not at the present time. Then if I take it down, I won't be able to get any finance from the bank, so I'm stuck. I won't be able to generate $250,000 to build anything.
Well, I'm not a mortgage broker, but I think you'd probably have some difficulty getting a mortgage loan on that building in the present condition. I think from a liability standpoint, we really don't have too many options because the house is in such condition that I think it pretty well has to be taken down now. The information we're given is that the building on the property is damaged beyond 75% of the assessed value.
Yeah, I'm hoping a later date, maybe when I'm ready, then I can take it down. I can also get a mortgage from the bank. So.
Yeah, but we just can't, leave it like that indefinitely. That's the problem. If you had a date you could give us, or you could make a commitment when something could be done, but if you don't have a date, it's put us in a very bad position.
Well, I don't have enough time to do any further work other than inquire the banks. So.
Your Worship, could I suggest we give it 30 days to deal with this one, and we'll deal with the applicant?
Yeah, would you do that then? Sure. Okay, so we'll extend it for a further 30 days, and you'll have to maybe come up with some suggestions on what alternates there are for you. Okay.
That'd be better than, yeah,
Okay.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, and I guess there's nobody in attendance that wishes to speak to either 215 Newcastle Avenue or 144 Victoria Road. So if we...
I so move the council pursuant to section 72, 73, and 74 of the community charter resolve that due to the damage in buildings located at the following properties, 215 Newcastle Avenue and 144 Victoria Road, be given notice
Staff
of
recommendation, okay.
the staff recommendation.
Okay, is there a seconder for that?
There's two more parts of the recommendation, number 2 and 3, Your Worship.
Okay.
And then I believe you wanted to extend for an extra 30 days to...
Yeah, extra 30 days for that individual.
482 Fifth.
Yes, because
So if
30
you
days
can do
was
those 2
granted
and 3
already,
as well,
we'll do
yeah.
an additional 30 days.
Sorry, I did 1A and B, and if 1C, an additional 30 days.
Yeah, but I think what you're talking about, Ms. Ferraro, is that item 2 is that the owners of these properties are hereby required to demolish the buildings and leave the sites clean and tidy within 30 days. And so we're suggesting that that would give this lady an additional 30 days on that. That's my understanding.
Your Worship, my understanding is that you're going to do 30 days for 215 Newcastle Avenue, 144 Victoria Road, and then you're going to extend an extra 30 days, so a total of 60 days.
That's correct.
To 82 Fifth Street.
That's correct.
That's correct.
Okay, is that, it's been moved and seconded now? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Moving into, 3, I think, is part of the motion 2 and 3. So we'll go into property maintenance bylaw 1990, number 3704. And it's requested that Councilor Arian wishes to speak with respect to property maintenance for the following property. The first 2 have been pulled. 1009 Bruce Avenue, derelict silver automobile, discarded household furniture, household material, miscellaneous debris, and overgrown blackberry bushes. And anyone in attendance who wants to speak to matters related to 1009 Bruce Avenue. The next property is 762 Townsite Road, discarded furniture, appliances, wood, boxes of household items, household garbage, and miscellaneous debris. Anyone in attendance that'd like to speak to matters related to that property at 762 Townsite Road. The next one is 679 Halliburton Street, derelict Toyota pickup, there it is, sofa, chair, appliances, other household furniture, tires, and miscellaneous debris. Anyone in attendance that'd like to speak to matters related to 679 Halliburton Street. 1809 Northfield Road, discarded household items, furniture, appliances, metal items, and debris, including bicycle parts, old wood stoves, shopping carts, discarded signage, garbage, wood, debris, and miscellaneous debris. And anyone in attendance here tonight that'd like to speak to matters related to 1809 Northfield Road. And the final property is 564 Fifth Street, pieces of wood, numerous garbage bags, discarded clothing, broken furniture, old tires, cardboard boxes, gyprock, derelict vehicles, and miscellaneous debris. Anyone in attendance tonight that'd like to speak to matters related to 564 Fifth Street? Seeing none, if somebody would like to move the staff recommendation. Move. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Travel assistance grant recommendation to be introduced by Parks, Recreation, and Culture, Culture Commission. Chair, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I just move all 4 of the applications as highlighted in the report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded.
Just
discussion, Councillor Best.
Just a comment. Obviously, all of these have already taken place, and this is.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a fait accompli. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Change rooms for female hockey players, minor hockey players, to be introduced by Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to move staff's recommendation that Council approve the transfer of the remaining $20,000 from the Cliff McNabb Washroom Change Rooms Updates Referee Room project to Frank Crane Arena to a complete renovation of staff room for female change room.
Discussion, Councillor Bestwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. Definitely necessary, but I would just ask a question. We have approved $50,000 washroom upgrade in the lobby of the pool, Bevan Pool. So I'm wondering if we still cannot complete the referee room, Cliff McNabb washroom change room updates and borrow the 20 grand from the pool versus taking the 20 grand out from where it was originally dedicated. And my next question is, does this include a shower for the?
Right. On your first question is, actually we finished the Cliff McNabb under budget, so there's 20,000 from remainder from that. We've already finished that project, so we want to move that over so we can do the female change room.
Okay, so is that, sorry, I missed that in the report, that this is surplus?
From that part, yes.
So this is surplus dollars, so we're not, okay, so we're getting all of the work done in the Cliff McNabb Arena as well?
Yeah, it's already
and we
finished.
came in
It's
under
actually-
budget, so we're just going to move some over to, okay.
Yep.
Fair enough.
Okay, and it's been moved and seconded? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. And the minutes of the Parks and Recreation Cultural Commission meeting held 2014. Going to move that. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Bylaws with no accompanying report. Motion that business license amendment bylaw 2014 number 5351.11 to eliminate the regulatory function for a minimum drink pricing of the city be adopted. Move. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Correspondence is not related. Council appointments? None. Notice of motions? None. Other business? Councillor Beswick.
Remove it.
Remove? Okay. And question period.
It's kind of redundant, Your Worship.
Yeah, okay. Yes, but I didn't want that. And seeing none, if we'd like to entertain a motion to...
Your Worship.
We stand adjourned. Thank you. And thank you for...